She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under attack, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine. Before all that you put me through, I knew that you were trouble, but I let that you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they said for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they said for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly
Hello everybody and welcome back for another week of NECC Rainbow Six Siege. My name is Happy. Joining me tonight is Light Rose, and very excited to hop in to get more weeks as we continue to get further in the season, get to know some of these teams better and better, more opportunities to watch newer squads that we haven't gotten to see yet, and yet again that case here as we head into week number 6, I believe. Yeah.
We're getting there. We're getting along. Today, you and I have Kettering versus Murray State, and these two teams are going to be in the Challengers division. And when it comes to standings, they are very, very apart. If I remember correctly, Kettering Academy is 4-0. And Murray State is 1-3. Their only win coming from a forfeit win that Kettering also was able to get up against Eagles Copper. So technically, this Murray State team has not been able to get a win. They did get one map win up against RMU Academy Red. That was an 8-7 victory. But overall, they are still fighting to get some legitimate wins. And it's going to be very difficult up against this Kettering Academy team.
Yeah, and Kettering have been making their way through this group in very decisive fashion. And, well, absolutely making nothing known other than the fact that they consider themselves to be the best team in this division. And, well, the best team in this group for sure. As like you said, they have yet to lose. They've only lost a single map, whereas on the other side, Murray State have only won one. And they've also all played the exact same teams up until this point in the season. So that makes it very easy for us from the caster's point of view to have good optics, and for reference, it's basically exact opposites every single time these teams played each other in terms of how the results went. Kettering got a 2-0 over RMU. RMU Academy Red, specifically that roster, was the only team that Murray State Blue were able to get any maps off of, and, you know, like you said, other than that, they haven't won a single map. 2-0'd by Northwood, 2-0'd by University of Michigan, and then a forfeit win against Eagles Copper. Same thing for Kettering, but where Murray State Blue were 2-0'd by Northwood and Michigan, Kettering State Academy won 2-0 against Northwood and then 2-1 against Michigan. So, safe to say, they're coming in as the favorites, and, well, it's going to be up to Murray State Blue to turn that on their heads.
We'll see if Murray State Blue can actually take them down, because we are getting into the thick of it. There are continuously less and less weeks for these teams to make their names known. And this is probably one of the last few times that Murray State is going to be able to show everybody the possibility that they can actually play up against those big dogs, because we're in week 6. It's very far into this season. We get into the playoffs, and we're not going to have a very good standing, and you might not even make the playoffs if you're Murray State. Like I said, they'll get one last chance, and it's going to be on a very familiar map pool that a lot of Collegiate knows, a lot of Tier 3 knows. It's going to be Oregon, Clubhouse, Chalet, just basics at the end of the day.
Yeah, we have the graphic this week. We were going to show it to you, but V spoiled it. There goes the magic of the broadcast. But Oregon, Club, and Chalet. We probably could have guessed this, even if we didn't see the map veto. This is quite literally the, if you had to guess, 3 maps that were going to be played by any given team in like Collegiate or Tier 4 that's less experienced. It's these 3. We talk about it all the time. People have played them for a long time. A lot of these teams maybe don't have all that experience together on game day. These are the kinds of maps that you're going to start off together. You'll scrim these sooner. You're more likely to get these strats down on these kinds of maps. And, well, I guess at this point in the season, they're not quite willing to take the risks and delve into deeper aspects of their map pool. I am a little disappointed about Kettering specifically not taking us to something unique, because you're 4-0 within your group by this point in the season. You don't have much to lose. You can try and take us to, like, a cafe even, or, like, a concert or labs if you really wanted to, but I understand that's kind of out there. Just something a little bit out of the ordinary to test your map pool and test your strats on game day, so that going into the playoffs, you know that you have more than just Chalet, Oregon, Clubhouse, and maybe 1 or 2 other maps. I would have liked, personally, to see them go for something like that. However, back to the old reliable. Can never complain, per se, from the perspective of a player about these 3 maps, you really know what you're doing, and you're sure that you'll put your best foot forward on game day.
Yeah, I just think there's no reason. If you know you can beat everybody, why tempt fate? It's simply, if they're better at the defaults, better at what makes Siege tick, the fundamentals, because that is what usually is tested when you go to something like Oregon, when you go to something like Clubhouse. I have to believe in Kettering Academy that they know what they are doing. I want to remind everybody that this is the first day of the new season. It's a little shocking that all the servers went fine, all the custom games have gone fine considering the past launches that Siege has had on its season, but we also get to see the new meta. We will potentially get to see Deimos, the new ACOGs that are going to be in play. It should make for some nice, fresh new gameplay as we get through the first couple bans. It's going to be Maverick, which might end up taking a Kaid off the board, because just like Thermite and Thatcher, those two are always together.
Dokkanate taken off as well, though that one kind of a ban of its own in a vacuum, not necessarily to counter any specific defenders. But Mira will be taken off the board first. That one also a very common Oregon ban in terms of specifically trying to shut down the use of those mirrors historically on the basement. Although technically the meta has kind of shifted in a way that, you know, there are so many strong defenders, like the big 4 or 5 that always see ban, as well as maybe a Warden or a Wamai in this case to play towards Pillar, that you don't necessarily need a Mira back there. It's still good to take off the board if you're playing up against a team that, you know, probably has some of those Mira strats still heavily incorporated. And would you look at that? They've even changed the Observer UI for us. They've even changed that, tweaked that just a little bit.
Oh yeah,
the names up top.
Starting to notice it. That's actually pretty clean. I like
I like
that.
it.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Look, first season starts out pretty good. I think I've had the opportunity to see the new ACOGs to kind of test out some of the waters, and it's pretty enjoyable. I'm of the belief that ACOGs are just more fun in general, just because it's nice to have that little zoom in, have that more precision. And so we'll see some of that on the defensive end. The only one here who can actually bring it is going to be Dirty Dan on the TCSG. We also get a little bit of that Azami rework. Recently, she got changed so that her barriers have, I believe it is 999 HP. And eventually you can wear it down with bullets, explosives, all that type. So you kind of have the incentive to bring those DMRs, which have high damage per shot. But right now, Kettering Academy, they're just not going to do anything different. Bring some standard play. You got that buck, got that gridlock in for some extra flair.
Meanwhile, MSU opt to bring the cap can forward in game number 1. Of course, we have the background knowledge that MSU, perhaps a bit of a struggling team so far this season, and that may speak to inexperience, it may speak to a lack of confidence. Capcan definitely a solid pick if either of those are your problems, because those would both mean, you know, harder to take some fights. You can bring an operator that can get you the kills without needing to take those fights, especially if KU aren't as diligent as they might want to be. But Badman is going to start off relatively diligent, at the very least diligent enough to find Curiosity wherever he lie and find that kill to start us off. As a zombie taken off of the board real quick, those 999 HP barricades that you were talking about, well, Yazami herself has got 0 HP for the remainder of this round.
Yeah, that's going to hurt you because you're not really going to be able to get anything done with those Kiba barriers. So I think holding down this oil pit area is going to be pretty difficult, especially because you're not going to be able to deploy Kiba barriers on the soft wall as well to give yourself any little bit of reprieve. Both the Buck and the Gridlock seeming to throw a bit of utility as the EMP is dedicated just to make sure that Revenant doesn't take any little bit of damage. Now the attack is ready to strike. They've got drones, they've got time. They can take this with leisurely ease because they have that one-man advantage, but they have to worry about Sour Twist all the way in the lobby. Nobody's worrying about them, but if you eliminate the players on the site themselves, it makes those roamers a lot less efficient.
They are starting to worry about Sour. In the meantime, they've gotten 2 kills on the players on the site themselves. It's left just the Jaeger alone. That's Amsim. who's able to find one, but the jump in from big window will deal with him. And now it's just left to Sour. Twist, that oh so important roamer that you were talking about, is able to get one kill, not by way of his gun, but by way of the cap can traps. Just a coincidence that he was still alive to see it happen, but still. 3 players to deal with, and this is one of the problems with roaming down below. As good as it is to be able to deny stuff from downstairs, when you're left last alive, it can be really hard to get back into the mix, but he's almost hit Cryin with just enough shots to get the kill. But now instead, he's got a 1-on-3 still to deal with, and the Thatcher, though he almost lost the fight from below, will not lose the head-to-head gunfight. And well, round number 1 will not be lost by Kettering ACAT.
Pretty blatant that Kettering Academy have that aggressiveness. They have that confidence that you usually see from teams who are up on the higher in the standings, taking on teams down below them. Because it's, I mean, they are a team that has got here with a lot of round wins in between them. If you take a look at the round difference, they've won 7-2. 7-2, 7-1, 7-4. They only have lost one map, and another one was in max regulation. Both of those were against the University of Michigan, simply because I think they are a team that can take these gunfights and win them pretty handily with all of it not in one person's hand. Mark Badman was able to get that first pick. They only ended up with 2. It was spread all across the team, and only 1 actual kill on the side of MSU Blue. It is the first round, so we can't really go around making these general statements just yet, but I don't think what Kettering Academy are doing is really going to stop anytime soon unless they're directly stopped. Unless somebody on MSU Blue can hold a gun to their own or simply outplay them with utility.
Yeah, we were watching Cade last round, and it felt like the instant he got pressured, he just fell away immediately. And MSU Blue, I guess, falling back, not taking aggressive enough gunfights, and maybe where they did, not finding enough success inside them. They'll still go back to the second floor, though, as they feel like they've got something on this site that warrants giving it another go before switching things up, at the very least giving it one other go. And we've seen the appearance of both different ACOG sites thus far into the round. Both the remodeled 1.5 as a 2.5, and the OG ACOG that wasn't quite a 2.5 exactly, but has been over-magnified over the last few years. I feel like that 1.5 scope is so chunky. So
It's very thick.
It seemed a little awkward to watch at first, but eventually, I'm sure everyone will get used to it. For now, I feel like ACOG definitely going to be the typical preference, and we see that across a lot of different players, with no one on the attack really running that reflex scope. General consensus so far seems to be if you can bring an ACOG, bring it, in spite of the downsides that it does come with the people we're talking about when it was brought back into the game. So that's already very interesting to see.
Seeing Dan still in the same spot as Curiosity falls again in that opening pick, and Dirty Dan doesn't even fall back. They die in oil. Sour is still going to walk the armory, but there isn't a drone to counteract that flank, so they can be as aggressive as they want. But Kettering are in sight. There's nobody to stop them getting that plant down, but equal man count.
Huge kill on that flank from Sour. Another one comes through, but because they're focusing so heavily on this flank and on the site itself, no one able to play C4 from below. But Sour Twist doesn't need a C4 from below. He'll just retake straight from the floor itself. He's been knocked down and finished off, though, by Chop. So a 2-on-2, and that flank play no longer in the picture. That was very promising for this defensive retake, but it's still going well without him. Amsim able to get one, but now he's got to get the next as he's left in a 1-on-1 against Infamous. Biohazard down, Infamous in the corner, and the Kiba barricade working against the defenders. The Azami utility. You can shoot it down now, but you couldn't do it in that kind of a situation. You ran the risk of Infamous swinging. He'll swing anyways, and he'll win the round anyways, though. An outstanding start for Kettering.
It's unfortunate to see that go the way for Murray State. Because initially it seems like almost an exact repeat of the previous round, but somehow even worse, you lose the player in oil way earlier, and the diffuser is going down with not a lot of contention from the players inside of the site, but the post-plant play was pretty impressive. I loved seeing that from Sour Twist, the flank working out, the drone that was there previously, I talked about it, that wasn't there, which made the flank that much more potent. Kettering Academy still go on their reign. They were still allowed so much access, and that can't happen. As good as your post plant can be, there was really no feasible way that the attack should be able to get within the site within 45 seconds. It might not have been that exactly, but it was so early compared to what you usually want. That's really the main problem for MSU. They haven't been able to put up any counter pressure within those first 2 rounds.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I do feel like some more live info near the objective itself would help, so very happy to see Maestro cams being brought out, because that'll help some of your players on the objective know when to time their swings, where to look when they swing, and that's something that really gives the defense a big advantage. I feel like we haven't seen MSU do that so much, or have that info so much, so again, Maestro, good adjustment for Curiosity. Also, pretty good on this site. Denying a plant is often what it comes down to, and Maestro has some of the most plant denial util of anyone in the game now that he's got 3 separate cameras. Sour Twist back on Capcan. Mid-round trap, 40 seconds in, almost spotted by Arc. And because he spots that out, he should be able to know there are traps nearby. Also, the drone's pinged one, so that helps even more. And this roam game will pretty quickly clear that Capcan away. However, still a solid roam by Sour, as now they'll be looking around for a Capcan that is back on the site. And, well, that's some extra time wasted, so Sour's done his job this early on. And Kettering, already a minute in, just barely getting control of that second floor on a basement site.
Yeah, they haven't done much at all. And usually what you see from a basement side attack is you take the time to get those hatches to clear out utility. And so far, Kettering haven't done any of that. I mean, they got open blue. The Flores drone wasn't successful because of the mute jammer. So we'll see a very quick and fast drop from Kettering. I'm expecting maybe one player goes freezer, one goes electrical, and it's simply going to be up to the guns of MSU. If players like Biohazard, like Dirty Dan, can hold their ground, use the Maestro and the Jaeger ADSs to success, I expect this round to go the way of MSU Blue, but they have to get that opening pick, because this basement site is all about momentum. Crying, even though the Jackal ping is there, the Black Eye is absolutely going to help them out. The Evil Eye as well, and MSU are able to get that first opening pick.
Very good start for MSU Blue. They haven't been able to do that thus far through the game. Even last round, it was good. They were able to respond well, but they weren't able to start things off. And now that Kettering have responded, can MSU bring a response of their own back into it? Dirty Dan eventually will, but 2 of his teammates have died in that time. Infamous able to step in for one more, and though, and Arc has gotten yet another. Now it's just left to Dirty Dan. Good info, though, and this is what I was talking about with those Maestro cams. He can play off of that info that they're getting on those scans. With the shotgun, look in the wrong direction. He was shot in the back. He's so low now. And the suppressed PDW will eventually put him down. MSU Blue looked pretty good at the start, but Kettering just take control of this site anyway.
It's unfortunate because I think that was great for Murray State. I mean, you saw it from that opening swing from Biohazard, despite the fact that Krine clearly has the confidence, clearly has the Jackal track. The information is, by and large, way better than what the attack has. They start getting that momentum, and I just don't think they can hit those shots in the end. That's really nothing else. Call a spade. Kettering Academy are better gunners than MSU, and that's going to kill a lot of your strategies at the end of the day when you can set all of these great plans up and they work, but Kettering can simply shoot better. And unless that changes, I don't know if Murray State is really going to be able to get anything done, because like I said at the first round, it's not just one person. Everybody can shoot back, and that's the difficult part from Murray State.
10 seconds to go.
one of the biggest challenges that you as a player need to learn to overcome. These guys are shooting better. I feel like I personally cannot do anything in individual fights right now. How can I fix this? What do I do? Siege is a game where you can't just like throw your hands up and say, oh, well, I did my best. You know, it's not like on other shooters where, you know, it's very heavily based around gunplay. You could try and take a step back, but if enough people are playing poorly, you can't do anything about it. We'll have to see what MSU Blue choose to do. As in terms of lineup, they haven't switched up too much, but big lineup change coming into this round, V.
Deimos!
Crying's on Deimos.
Oh, running the AK. I've made my stance on Deimos's loadout clear. Real Deimos gamers run the shotgun. You use that revolver as your primary. And I know we're in a competitive scene, but come on. Whip that 1x out and use those death marks. But seems like Crying is simply going to be an entry of their own. Not much assistance around them, which is interesting. I wonder if they actually don't have those tracks that you need to have as Deimos. Otherwise, Biohazard would be forced back, which you usually would expect. And that's the problem. I just don't think Krun actually has the ability to scan Biohazard.
For now, hasn't done too much. I believe he's starting to... Yeah, he's thinking about it. He's thinking about using the Deimos gadget. There we go.
It's not going to do much when everybody's
he
on
scanned Valkyrie. Deathmark is active. He scanned Valkyrie. But yeah, I don't love that use of it, you know? And that's going to happen. New operator. There are going to be some bumps in terms of how it is to play as them. You fully clear a roam and then you accidentally are like, oh, well, let me see if I can hunt someone down, but, you know. At least they now know that they have fully cleared that roam. Granted, you also brought the Jackal for that reason, so a little bit redundant use of the gadget there, but still, seeing a new operator, so it'll always be fun. Minute to go, though, and Kettering ACAD still maybe a little slower than last time, but basically just trying to figure out where they want to end, and I'm thinking it may be a similar ending to last time. They try and gun forward through Freezer and Laundry, and Ark is actually going to start off with an opening pick. Amson, able to trade that back out, though, and a C4 from Sour Twist is going to soar into Freezer and take down Ark. So a man advantage for MSU Blue, with the remaining attackers kind of all funneling through the same area. It's just left to Infamous and Revenant. It looked like Revenant tried to go for a flank play. It was not meant to be. And so second time on the 4th round is the charm indeed for MSU Blue. As they're finally able to make something work on the basement objective, it's only left to Infamous. As Curiosity, the only one who's died on MSU Blue, all of his teammates have 10 seconds to not die, and in an unlosable position for MSU, and Sour Twist will close very solid from them.
I want to ask your opinion on something. Did you notice anything different that MSU Blue did on that defense?
I'd say that they were a little more proactive towards Freezer. And that helped.
Is that it?
That was something that I noticed. I don't know. You asked for something I noticed. This is your job. What am I?
Okay, well, hold. There's a reason. And it's because I don't think they really did. They had a lot of utility towards Freezer in round 4. Like, they maybe have had, like, a couple of bodies closer, maybe over by that pillar area. But overall, Kettering Academy simply lost the fight. I feel like I'm not doing my job when I say that everything comes down to these gunfights, but that, a lot of times, is how the Oregon basement site works. As the attack, you don't have any vertical play to work with besides the hatches, so you can either drop those or walk down the 3 stairs that are available to you, or simply access Blue Bunker. Kettering Academy went down those Freezer stairs in round 4, and then kind of did a little bit of a split with more of a Laundry push that time, and they could not find the angles that MSU Blue were offering them. They couldn't hit the shots. That's really the only difference, Happy. And something did change, and that was MSU Blue were able to win that, and look at that. They get that round win once they can actually shoot back.
I should have said that. You would have been really annoyed if I said that.
What, all of that?
No, not all of that. No, I would have said what change. You ask what changed, and I go, well, MSU Blue were actually able to win that round, and, unlike in round 3, in which they did
That's
not.
my
in fact,
job. You're supposed to give me like.
win the round.
Oh my god.
Oh, Revenant just
smoked.
walks forward and kills Sour Twist. Proactive early round from Kettering. There have been a couple of times where they've been pretty close to catching roamers, namely last round. Revenant almost caught someone out in tower, but just wasn't quick enough to swing. So I like that. You get into tower, you immediately start to take control, you immediately start to swing people, and you immediately get a kill as a reward. So a wonderful start in this round for Kettering, and now they don't seem to be doing anything too differently attacking-wise. To your point last round, Kettering basically just not changing anything since they understand that it works. But in this case, they've got a man advantage this early this time, which is already a better start than they've had in previous rounds.
It's almost the exact same type of play. Revenant and Chop pushing through the attic, and most of the other players opening that that master bedroom walk-in wall and pushing through armory. Crying is going to be able to go down. So Curiosity, they've been an early death a lot of times, but the ability to actually fight back, have those Odo canisters, have that C4 is a huge thing to work overall. Another Zodo canister is going to be used to actually try to slow down Infamous with the C4 falling on through. And I don't... Oh, they faked it. So, now a 3v3 as Curiosity still holds on to it.
So a lot of time. There's the info, but you were talking about it. End of the day, you can have all the info, you can have all the setup you want, but you gotta win a gunfight. And Curiosity had a live yellow ping as to where that player was. Needed to win that fight. Didn't. Now it's left to Am and Dan to try and make something happen. They are very much trapped here, and the track stingers aren't going to make things any easier. C4 allowed to exist, though. He didn't even try and shoot it. He simply said, I pretend I do not see it. And Chop definitely sees Dirty Dan on his swing wide, eventually able to counter the Kaid and trade out his teammate who died trying to get the plant down. And now it's just left to Amsim again, stuck in this Dorm's position. And Ark will catch him on his cross into Attic, or at least his attempted cross. He won't get very far in doing so. And MSU won't get very far after winning their first round. It's right back to a Kettering W.
For MSU Blue, they've gone to each site twice. They went to dorms twice, lost that. The second time they did go to basement, they won it. But like I said when I was analyzing it, I think that is just how basement works as a site. You have a huge natural defense basically set around you, and that's not the case for dorms. There are a lot of soft walls, a lot of windows where you can potentially be shot from, and Kettering Academy really do use that. They have done the same thing 3 times. I've been able to call it out. Revenant and Chop push through attic. That walk-in wall gets open. You have Infamous holding it. Everybody else pushes through that trophy area, and yet somehow MSU Blue have fallen to it all 3 times. The C4 was an interesting play that Kettering Academy just kind of let happen in the end there, and I do think the plant denial is a nice change of pace that didn't seem to happen, but overall, if you're not able to win the fights with the same thing happening over and over again, I suggest you just change some utilities. I don't know, bring a smoke, something that forces something out of your defensive hand.
Would definitely help. Changing just a little bit. The Wamai, first time he's been seeing play, very least on this
It's
site.
not like a game changer, though. Why is it not a game changer?
No, it isn't. Yeah, like, I don't think that's necessarily what they needed. I feel like it's a misdiagnosis of your issues if you think we need to deny nades. I'd even say that there has been a distinct lack of nade usage and things that Wamai is good at denying from Kettering ACAT. So, getting into round number 6, we'll see if that does make a big difference. And he's dead. And he is dead.
Woo! That is,
Didn't
well,
even give me a chance to make it exciting.
it's really unfortunate for Curiosity, because 4
Yeah.
rounds in a row, they have been the opening pick. And a lot of times they've been on Azami those first couple rounds. They were on Tubarão and now on Wamai. Dirty Dan, though, they've hopped from that TCSG onto that 9mm that Kaid actually has. And instead of being passive like we've usually seen from Dirty Dan, they're being a little bit proactive. We use that word a lot, and it's because sometimes it dictates the pace. I think Dirty Dan can really dictate the pace on whether or not MSU Blue can make it 4-2, or just essentially let Kettering Academy walk over them.
Yeah, MSU Blue have been doing a lot of falling back, as Dirty Dan seems to be doing that out of Attic again, but I want him to stay here. The falling back strat hasn't been working, so do something that they're not expecting and try and take the fight to them actively. Make a play where if you lose, okay, well, I tried. At the very least, I didn't try to do the same thing that isn't working, but if you win, it could very easily throw a wrench in the plans, as Arc Badman trying to do just that. Go to White Stairs, an unexpected angle for the defense to deal with now. And he's also caught one. So now the Valkyrie hold up inside server, very much stuck. Amsim basically alone on the objective. Does have Case down on the inside of Trophy Door, but could very easily be denied of said Case. Arc's gonna walk up the staircase and try and deny him outright his ability to live, but the pistol 1v1 isn't gonna go his way. Chop's still getting the plant down though, because Revenant's inside of Dorms, and he can watch this Jaeger's cross from out of Dorm's corner, and a wonderful headshot through the wall will do the trick. It's only left to Sour Twist 1-on-2 against Chop and Rev, and already able to get one. Chop now left inside of games up against the wall, but the wall not broken open, so he's got the room to work with. He knows where Sour's coming from, and he will have this angle to swing. The Peeker's advantage is going to be used perfectly as Kettering. Not quite perfect in this half, but pretty darn close as they go 5-1 on their attacks to start Oregon.
It's pretty expected for what we see on paper from these two teams. Kettering Academy using the attack's aggression, as a lot of times you can push those defenders back unless they can really offer something of substance, which we just haven't seen from MSU Blue. I think even with the changes we've seen, which aren't really anything, I mean, the game is still going to be defender-sided, because there was the Azami rework. There was the Finka change where she no longer buffs reload speed. Was there anything else overall from balance switches when it came to utility?
I don't think anything major. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Basically, this whole seasonal update isn't going to be about utility. It's not going to be about operators. It's about guns. It's about attachments, optics, something that Kettering Academy have used to perfection. The zoom sights simply are overpowering MSU Blue. And as we swap those sides, MSU Blue get full access to those ACOGs, as Kettering Academy only bring Chop with the ACOG and the Mort 14, my favorite combo of all time. And we'll see if those sight changes that came with new season really can help MSU Blue get out of their hole.
Yeah, I would like to say that it's a scope issue, like an issue of comfort on the new patch, but this does seem to be in line with what we were expecting given these teams' track records, given how many games they've already played this season and how they've done in said games. I don't want to say that, MSU Blue aren't a good team, rather that Kettering Academy playing a lot better this season. So, MSU Blue, we're going to have to be pretty darn comfortable on the new patch just to have a chance at looking pretty solid. Granted, this is only map 1 as well. We got to give them a little bit more of a chance back in. This is also Kettering's map selection. So heading into Clubhouse, we could see a better side of MSU Blue. We might also be seeing a very attacking-sided team as MSU Blue switch over to that half, and Curiosity making a lot of work happen on the Brava, but otherwise a distinct lack of progress by this attack so far.
I'd be kind of impressed to see a T4 team or collegiate team that is better at attack than defense. Because objectively, attack is harder to do than defense because it requires a lot more coordination, less individualism, which is something we usually can see at these lower levels. And so far, MSU Blue, half of the round gone. They've been able to coordinate pretty well to get that wall open, as Biohazard is alone. Doesn't have that camaraderie that you sometimes want on this flank clear, which does make this very dangerous, because if they go down, then MSU Blue have simply left one player on their lonesome to die, and they haven't taken care of anybody, which makes the flank option that much more dangerous.
Nice start for Cryan as he'll take down Biohazard. Down goes that Yana. That lurker towards bottom white stairs was going to be so important, and they hadn't cleared dorms, but Curiosity still tried anyways. Curiosity just killed Curiosity. Don't call him the cat. Well, trying to see if anybody was still in that corner. Maybe they didn't have any drones left on either of those players, and they will die as a result. Cryan also going to get a kill towards lobby, and Sour not any longer going to be a factor in this round. Sim and Dirty Dan now have to try and make something happen, but they are very much separated from each other.
15 seconds to go.
Kind of representative of the entire problem with the round. The whole
User has been dropped.
attacking strategy felt like it was, one side and then another side. And then both sides will crumble, leaving one player on both sides. And, well, they're very far away from each other. It wasn't gonna work off of it. I didn't phrase that well, but you'll probably do that now, because that's your job.
I think we see very basics of what Kettering tried to do on their attack, which is just kind of how a dorms attack works, where you try to get the bedroom and try to get the attic open. MSU Blue just weren't able to put the pieces together. That's it at the end of the day. Kettering Academy, guns are better. They're able to
Defenders
take
protect
that
the
map
bombs.
control a
Defused by
lot
attackers.
quicker as the attack, which is something we don't see from MSU Blue. I think this map might be kind of a wash. Happy. It's Oregon. We've already gone through 7 of these rounds with Kettering taking 6 of them on their own map pick. To start to focus on Clubhouse, which is going to be a difficult one to kind of change from Oregon, because both are fundamentalist maps. They work on how good you are at the very basics of Siege, and Kettering have at least shown that they are better than MSU Blue in this match. And unless something changes, maybe one person really just charges forward for MSU Blue. I think, like I said, I kind of call it here. I want to see Curiosity on the Deimos get things done, because he can really show up if you get him the right scenario.
Realized how I should say what I was trying to say. A big window push and a dorms push don't really work together. You could see the players trying to move into dorms, but there was still someone in trophy and someone in attic that could pressure the players trying to move into master bedroom. You saw MSU Blue trying to play that position on their defense, but they couldn't because there was pressure coming in from attic. So Dirty Dan had to watch multiple angles all at once, and that is very difficult to do. MSU Blue, instead of pressuring attic, send people big window, but those two pushes don't help each other at all. They both exist and they both put pressure, yes, but you should try and do a push in general where both aspects of it are going to make it easier for the other aspect of the push, which is why it worked so well when Kettering did it, because they all, tried to make one fell swoop, one big motion into the map. As now, already in one motion, MSU Blue making it pretty far, and Curiosity even able to start the round off with a kill onto Arcbad. So, I don't mind this round early on for MSU Blue, as Kettering maybe looking a little shaky once they hit match point.
Curiosity pushing up. I know I may have not saying my praises about the AK, but Curiosity really is making it work now, having 2 on the round with Sour picking up 1 of their own. And now you still have, I believe, 1 currently going off of Chop and then 1 in the pocket for Curiosity. Not exactly sure how the UI is working from the observer side of view, but that bearing 12 is not going to be your friend at range. And Infamous bringing that shotgun makes this long-range approach that much more difficult. Dirty Dan does get down, but only the bearing 9 has a chance to bring this back, and it does not do that. A nice little flawless round coming out from MSU Blue to maybe change things around.
That initially feels like it's like a meeting kitchen defense with how the roam was going. Maybe not a meeting kitchen defense because they were into kitchen initially. But that was a very heavy contest of roam from Kettering. And I think you're seeing there just a little bit why it doesn't happen, because a lot of the times Oregon roams, it's very hard to control a lot of area that isn't like, you know, just laundry or meeting or kitchen, and it's hard to control all three of those at once. It's even hard to just control kitchen and meeting. As you can see pretty early on, the Kettering were abandoning that hold pretty fast. And then once you're sitting and meeting, unless you have the hatches open, you're just kind of waiting for people to close in from either rear stage or in from kitchen, as you had open rotation holes there, and they also had a Deimos, or from split. Just any one of those angles. There are so many different ways to pinch you, and you're just standing in an open area hoping you get the right play and guess the right angle they're going to swing. Even if you have the hatches open, you're not necessarily going to have so much success. But Kettering ACAD just kind of fell back on that roam, but didn't fall back fast enough, or didn't fall back enough at all to actually get out of the way from MSU Blue, so they basically gave away 1 or 2 picks. And then from there, the round fell apart. You could still hold a basement site with only, you know, a 1 or 2 player disadvantage, but still, it's not easy. With a site like that, you want to play to the advantage, and the strength of the site is the site itself.
Yeah, I kind of got to agree with you there. Especially because Deimos isn't going to be the most effective to teams that do play around the site, because his job is to hunt down those individual roamers with that 44 that he's got, and we didn't really see that. A lot of times, the death mark was used on someone like Kaid, I believe was used to potentially push back Crime in that Z area, and the fact that Curiosity got most of the kills with the AK, which you actually can't use the AK while you have the death marks active, so kind of is like a, you know, you get kills with the AK, you're not technically using your gadget 1-on-1, it's, you know, a weird interaction. There is a weird interaction right here, as Chop has set up a Fortnite base for MSU Blue to get through.
Well, just like Fortnite nowadays, it's like he built that out of wood, because you can shoot it down as the attacking side. And maybe they don't realize that, but he is kind of sitting on a throne of lies right now. Of just, you can't peek me because I am standing here. He still has Kiba barriers for it, and it is really annoying to do all of that. In the meantime, 3 people have died. I don't know what just happened, but now it's just Sour Twist and Curiosity. And so, though it was delayed just 1 round, the seemingly inevitable fate of MSU Blue seems to be happening. And Kettering ACAD seem to be on the very good end of this game, as 7-2 likely going to be the scoreline unless Sour Twist and Curiosity pull off a miracle. And if anybody could, I think Sour Twist would be involved, the only one positive on his team so far. But still not going to be an easy task to get done, even if you have 8 kills, because you're playing 5 people. Like, you'd need to get to 13 or something to make this happen. He's just going to jump in the window. He simply doesn't care. And Curiosity, baiting outside of White Stairs, has got no chance.
Woo, 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 woo. When you get a headshot with that thing, it feels nice. It's nice and crisp. As Curiosity does spot the Valkyrie with that death mark through the wall over by that White Stairs, but can't really do much about it in this scenario. And with 15 seconds left, I don't even know if you're going to be able to get a single death mark off with the 44 Magnum, the AK. Get 1 more kill, pad your stats. Either way, Kettering Academy are winning Oregon, taking us to Clubhouse. And yeah, you add 1 more, but still 3 players left alive. The fuse are not going down. We're heading to Clubhouse.
In fact, we are. Kettering able to take their own map selection, 7-2. And now it is Clubhouse on the cards. That won the choice of MSU, so if they were going to make a comeback, it would start now. However, that's just in theory, and it'd be very hard for a team to make a comeback in that kind of a position. It'd be very hard for a team to go from 7-2 to winning a map. It'd be hard for me to imagine them doing that.
It's happened.
Given how they looked, even if it is a map of their own choosing. Yes, it has happened, for sure. But it's more so MSU, look a little uncomfortable on the new patch. They're still kind of trying to dig themselves in, trying to get in that comfortable position. Meanwhile, it looks like Kettering ACAD have been getting some scrims in on the test server at the very least. and are very well adjusted. We'll see, though, if they're able to adjust well to map number 2, or if we end up going to a map 3 and there is a big comeback by MSU. Stay right here, you won't want to miss it.
I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
Welcome back, everybody, for map number 2. A great win for Kettering Academy started us off in this best of 3 series, where they just look very well adjusted to the new season that just came out today. However, still plenty of time for MSU to try and make this comeback happen, and it's gonna have to start on a map that they chose to go to. So, if anywhere that you could choose to start, why not be the map that you chose to play today? And, well, hopefully, for their sake, they'll be able to pull this win out, because they could definitely use it at just 1-3 up against the 4-0 Kettering.
That's what you and I were talking about, though. Is anything going to change from map 1 into map 2? Talked about how both of these maps have been played to death. You're not really going to be able to get any unique strategy, so it's simply going to be a test of fundamentals, and Kettering were the better ones. We are going to have Kettering start on the defense, so the one attacking round that we actually saw MSU win, maybe we could see more of that, which would enable us to actually start believing in them for just a little bit, because a 7-2 scoreline over on Oregon isn't the most inspiring thing. But like I said, Murray State, I mean, in those 3 rounds, they got as many wins as they did within 6 rounds. So I don't know, you could do some math, like some probability. Attack looks better for MSU technically.
Yeah, but only because the attacks from Kettering looked great and the MSU defenses looked kind of rough. And coming in from Oregon, I don't want to say, like, you'll be more prepared on this map, because in theory, you should be prepared for Oregon just about as much as you've been prepared for anything in your life. But even still, Clubhouse, again, they chose to go here, so that would indicate, at least to our eyes, our uninformed on the happenings of the team behind the scenes eyes, that is, that, well, they should be, at least to a degree, prepared for the defense on Clubhouse. Deimos is, in fact, gone. You're right. Doe could be gone for the 2nd map in a row. But yeah, we won't see any more one-time scope revolver gaming. And you're clearly sad about it.
That's why?
Because he's good.
He's not.
He's not good?
Well, he's good, but I don't think he's good enough to warrant a ban. Like, I don't know. Especially for Kettering to take another one. I think it's because Curiosity got a 2K. And they're like, you know what? No more. We're not going to allow this character to be brought, even though you could technically just bring it on Nomad, because Curiosity didn't really use the death marks that well. So, look, that's definitely the power that we have to have that hindsight. But, we're completely ignoring the newest operator from this season. Same with Tuberau. We're heading back to, it was Fenrir before Tuberau, I think,
Attackers
right?
need to locate and defuse bombs.
We're kind of forgetting
Why
the order.
can't I remember?
I know, right? Like it's Bravo Solis Fenrir, right?
Fenrir was the newest. I feel like he was. Doesn't feel that. And it was Tuberau.
Yeah, Tuberau, and then you go Fenrir.
Attackers have
No, it was
located a
Tuberau's
bomb.
the newest one. Tuberau
Yeah.
is newer than Fenrir.
I know. We're going in reverse
I thought
order.
you were. Oh, okay. I thought you just said Fenrir was the newest one.
No, I'm
Other
pretty
than
sure the
Deimos.
man on the home screen that I've seen for the past 3 months was not
Okay, well, you
Fenrir.
were talking about Deimos being banned.
We are on completely different pages here.
Yeah, I guess we are. Look,
Attackers
been a long day for me, okay? As a collegiate student myself, I have been in class
On
since
the
8 in the
grind. On the
8 in the morning. My Tuesdays are bad. I
played the new season. That's
I
what
went
I
to
did.
class from 8 to 12:15, and then from 2 to 4. It was a bad day. But
I had
I'm
McDonald's.
I'm casting NECC now. I haven't eeten dinner. I need to eat dinner. And I got wisdom teeth surgery a couple days ago, so it kind of hurts to eat sometimes, and I feel like
Mashed
my
potatoes.
teeth are starting to act up.
Get
No, it's
some-
been
get
like
some
a
mashed
week.
potatoes.
It's been a week. Also, I'm on a college campus. What makes you think that we have access to mashed potatoes?
Mashed potatoes.
I can
are
go eat
super-
chicken finger or hamburger.
Both of those are not healthy for your teeth if you're recovering.
Okay,
Saying.
Mike, take that up with my university. Anyways, a minute in, and I would say that we're relatively justified in our yapping because not much has happened yet. Curiosity just killed Biohazard, and eventually is able to get the frag on a Cryan as a result in return. But two people are now looking over towards strip hall and bathroom and toilets and all that just to try and trade it out, but he's not going to give them the opportunity. Instead, Amsim able to get the next one onto Chop. So now this has turned into a main advantage for MSU Blue with half the round still to go. What a strange way to start a round.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of shooting through Biohazard to get that kill. Ansem has fallen. Could potentially get a revive. There's that confirmation from Arc. Now Sour Twist is alone, I think alone, over by the top table. No, they do have that player directly behind them, but you're still kind of at an impasse. Unless Dirty Dan can get a good pinch over from Cash, which is a very big if, because it's essentially a 1v1 over here. And if that pressure is taken off by Infamous with the shotgun or the SMG-11, there's really no course of action for MSU Blue from here on out. A lot of the round comes down to if Dirty Dan can get things done. But Curiosity easing some of the pressure inside the site will make things a whole bunch easier. And that might actually allow access to that hallway.
Now they can start to walk forward. Arc, though, right here, and he's very ready for their walk up. Easy frag for the UMP, and we're down back to a 2-on-2 once more. With one still towards Cash Room, still waiting for this push in from the player inside of CC. And Sour Twisted trying to go for the plant, but Dirty Dan is in no position to try and help his teammate. So now it's just left to Arc Badman on the site as he's got the kills that he wanted on the first and even the second. Dirty Dan not allowed in, neither was his teammate before him. And the mute was off in La La Land, waiting for a push inside a Cash Room, but that's just fine. Castle's got you covered.
Dirty Dan either has to commit to that push or just completely ignore it, go highway. That is a big area that the attack can hold, which is why I was putting a lot of power into it. Because it's essentially, I kind of said it, it's a pinch that if you take that player out, you can take care of the players that maybe are inside of Logi, maybe inside of Construction. But now you just have one less player to actually help you out with that plant. Dirty Dan is essentially a missing body in that scenario. I think MSU Blue, they've got the right idea. If they hadn't lost Biohazard very early on from that roam clear, I think they've got something going there. So there is a real potential for MSU Blue going forward, as instead of going to basement, we're going on over to area, which we haven't seen, obviously, since this is UNI's first comp game on the new patch. We haven't seen how this works with the Azami rework and the shotgun as well that you will have in the hands of Chop, which I don't know if it has the ACOG. It would be very powerful if it did, which is why we could see some of these teams really do prefer it, and it does get that ACOG, so we'll have that zoom scope. Might make it a little bit more difficult to get through.
Especially in garage rafters, too. A lot of the fights you're going to take are at very far range, so being able to play with those regenerative Kivas and with a 2.5 feels like it's too good to be true. Well, it's true. Unfortunately, very slow fire rate may put you at a disadvantage unless you really land both of your first two shots or a majority of your early shots, because you miss one or two and then all of a sudden it might just get away from you. The whole opportunity will get away from you, because in the time it took you to shoot those two or three, your opponents shot like 15 at you. And Cryan trying to shoot some pot shots out the jacuzzi wall to try and make Curiosity a little more scared to get in, but he'll get in just fine. Was definitely a fan of Deimos on attack on Oregon. Not playing it here as it is banned, however, still playing that very helpful operator for clearing the roam, and that is that Jackal. And with that, they will clear out that gym bedroom side. However, only flank watch they have is some claymores, so that might be an issue. But the bigger issue is that you gotta watch ahead of you, because two players now have died in those head-to-head gunfights. Sour Twist first, and then Dirty Dan right after, leaving it a two-player advantage for Kettering.
It's That's why the ACOG's pretty nasty, because it makes situations like that a lot more difficult. Good shot there from Biohazard, takes down Crying. There is one more player down below, but I think Revenant is going to walk up that red stairs and essentially make the roam completely disappear. Chop has fallen over by that rafters. There's something in the works here for MSU Blue. It still can all fall apart in the end if Arc or Revenant, which Arc has not died so far, they find a kill, maybe two. The round just completely goes off the rails, but Arc falls down just in the hands of Revenant.
Nice shot for AmSim. Revenant able to get one, but Curiosity so far forward. Fearless in the face of his enemies. And he'll get right in the face of the player top red. Take them down quickly, and MSU Blue able to get on the board.
Like I said, they got something cooking, Happy. There's potential with what they have, but they've got to attack the basement site, which is pretty different from these second floor sites. Obviously will still require roam clear. Maybe we'll see that from Crying, see that from Revenant. The Solus hasn't been as impactful as you or I maybe would have thought prior, but Kettering, obviously they're gonna have to maybe work a little bit harder than they did in that previous map. And I think a lot of that does come down to players like Curiosity, who did have their hero moments in the previous map, but there wasn't anything like we maybe would have saw Arc had in that first round with 4 kills, not even dying once in in that first round. So I want to see those hero plays come out from Curiosity, from Biohazard, from AmSim, because I know they have that potential.
10 seconds to go.
Potential unrealized is very disappointing, so glad to see both teams, at the very least thus far, realizing their potential on any side of the map. You'll get him, Revenant. No, you had the right idea at first.
Did that get
I don't think that worked. I don't think so. I think it was just like angled really weirdly towards the pipe. Though, I don't know, it might have been inside the stall, but he did get the drone actually. So, yeah, he was onto something. Use an impact for that? No, you decide whether or not that was worth the effort, and he may not need any more impacts. Actually, no, he could still use it. Crying, though, could definitely use the ones that he still has remaining, as they are hunting him heavily towards Strip. When have you ever seen this many people in the year 2024 allocated towards a Strip roam clear in this position? Often not what you see, but in this case, it's going to start things off well for the attack. Not for too long, though, as that advantage very short-lived thanks to Revenant roaming towards Pool, able to make the trade happen, avenge his brother, falling towards Strip, and now falls back towards the bar. Revenant, decent info, but just sprints fully and a very open door, and Biohazard, well, Biohazard will kill him.
Yeah, that's it's a little bit of a difficult one. Infamous kind of looked like they thought they were going to be able to maybe get a free kill due to the information provided by the black guy, but Dirty Dan was ready for that. Shot that down, and now a 4v2 with so much time in MSU's pocket. You can see that Boogie just destroying so much of the floor. You've still got the Candelas, the X-Kairos that you can use. I will be very disappointed if MSU Blue aren't going to be able to walk away with this, because they've got the man count, they've got the utility that they need, and they even have those boosts if they get into a little bit of trouble. Everything is coming up them, but if Kettering can find these headshots from Chop or Arc, obviously, sometimes that's all you need.
Sour starting to get the plant down. Chop waiting for something towards Church, but he won't get too much. Won't get what he was looking for. And emerging from dirt very late is Arc bad. He'll die right afterwards. Chop will go down as well. And MSU take a lead on Clubhouse. If I'm not mistaken, their very first lead of the series.
That is their very first lead of the series, correct. And a lot of it comes down to the roam. I mean, Crying, Revenant, we were able to get one, but it was so fast. It was so effective. Even though everybody dedicated themselves to it, I think it made everything go that much quicker, which then just kind of eliminates the fact that every single person is dedicated to it. I like what I'm seeing from MSU Blue. This feels like a different team, a team that can actually fight back against some of the players that could not be stopped in that first map. MSU Blue, go back to gym. This is the only site that you lost previously, and I think it was because a couple of minor decisions late into the round, but that can be alleviated if you get those early picks like you have previously. And Revenant, once again, off-site. We'll see another player over by this cache CCTV area. MSU Blue, they can kind of read the exact same playbook, hopefully get the exact same result.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Well, Kettering ACAT, I feel like, needs to start settling down. A couple of plays last round where it's just like, all right, guys, take a chill pill, relax, just give your opponent the respect that you know they deserve, and don't consider yourselves the winners already. Don't call it before it's done, because, well, that's the whole reason you play 3 whole maps. Maybe MSU Blue just aren't that great on Oregon today. Maybe it is just that new patch with Deimos still trying to get used to it. And Kettering ACAT accidentally helped MSU Blue out with that Deimos ban because it was actually a big point of contention inside of MSU Blue. Regardless, they look like a new team this game and already starting to make progress on that jacuzzi wall. Good attempt from Chop to keep it closed, but I don't think it's worth it anymore. But apparently, he thinks he still has jurisdiction over the jacuzzi wall, and he even gets the exothermic charge.
Come on, Curios. You got 150 bullets. Which is like, literally, hold down left
Don't
click
put it in the middle.
at the
Don't
window.
put it in the middle.
I don't think it's at the window. There we go.
Nice.
A good play. You're kind of baiting it out with that thermite. You're forcing Chop to either dedicate to the trick, which will most likely result in death, or have to back off and acquiesce the wall. That's what should have happened in the first place. But instead, you end up with Dirty Dan dead, and a Biohazard trying to fight that roam has gone. MSU Blue, they just kind of failed to get the airplane off the ground. Once they've got that in this map so far, they've done great, but I think this one Ignition just did not catch. Instead, Amsim and Sour are left outside with not many options to actually get in the building.
I think the way MSU Blue played that situation is very telling of the fact that they themselves aren't a big fan of reaggressing. Because they weren't expecting at all the way that Chop just reaggressed to try and play Jacuzzi Wall. Maybe it isn't the smartest play to make, but sometimes you need to make an actively not smart play just because the other team won't be expecting it. Because then, not only do you stand to gain a man advantage because you got some kills, but also, you stand to gain a lot of... he was just kind of... feel like he
That
just
was
walked in on him.
absolutely an accident.
He just walked in on that Jaeger just chilling in pool table. And now it's just left to Amsim. My point kind of laid to waste, but regardless, Amsim still able to get 1 kill, but now the lowest HP player in the lobby. 2 impacts and a C4 could be used, but instead Revenant, he'll just take care of him the old-fashioned way. And Kettering up another round as we're back to 2 apiece.
Yeah, it's just kind of an awkward one to end at the end of the day for MSU Blue. I think I said everything I needed to in that round. Can focus on what is going to happen in the future with Kettering Academy guaranteeing themselves a 2-4. And as we saw on Oregon, they are a good attacking team, but a 4-2 is still in contention for them. Bringing the Azami once again for that Raptors, but a couple of changes really worth mentioning. Ella, which I want to see where Arc is going to be playing those, and a Caveira, which I think has been spotted by Sour Twist drones. Gonna swap a couple of things up. They bring that Monty, still put themselves on the Jackal. What is Kettering cooking here? Because this completely is a different strategy than what we saw from before. Almost no plant denial, almost no wall denial.
10 seconds to go.
Really different. Is that a good thing?
5 seconds remaining.
Well, didn't work last time, so they seem to be very confident in their roam game based on how they're picking their composition coming into this round. You double down on it with a Caveira, and you still have the Solus, you still have the Ella, and even then, Azami, a relatively mobile operator, obviously going to be played towards Garage, but can still flex to a degree. It's really just Infamous who kind of, you would say, has to play towards the site. If at first you don't succeed, try again, I guess, with this position over inside of Strip. Oh, no!
Don't go for
You
the
can't
interrogation.
just...
Don't go for the interrogation.
Don't do it. You know
There we
he's
go.
there. There we go. Biohazard, able to only watch as Cryan kills his teammate. Then through the wall, able to get that kill, but Revenant here to avenge his brother. And an outstanding frag to find as Cryan knocked, will get picked back up. Can't pick Chop back up, though. He's jumped out, died to a Claymore. Still a one-player advantage, though, to Kettering Academy. And a pretty solid start, all things considered, especially considering that roam clear probably should have gone a little smoother.
Revenant really pulled a tell my mother I love her, tell her yourself type play. Because it seemed like Cryan was completely dead to rights given how good MSU Blue's attacks were. Because a lot of times prior, they would throw like 3 players onto a singular person that was over by Strip. And a lot of times that was Cryan. Good play by Revenant. Heads up thinking, realizing that it's extremely similar to what you've seen before. So trying to avenge your fallen comrade. That's a second Claymore kill. Is that also Ansim's second Claymore kill? That's why you bring. That's why they changed it. So you have 2 Claymores specifically so that can happen. And now because of that, it is still winnable for MSU Blue. Cryan does not have much utility. Revenant may not be able to get really much at this stage of the game. You just gotta hit your shots.
Cryan's still around as well. Caught on drone, so they'll know that he's flanking. They're gonna smoke it off. So,
I don't
so
literally
strange
don't even
smoke.
push.
Oh,
Okay.
nice shot from Sour Twist, though. And he'll eliminate the flank. That's a good start. However, you need to make progress elsewhere. Opening up that cache wall would absolutely help a ton for right now, as Dirty Dan otherwise just needs to force his way in through this cache door, and Sour Twist will have to find somewhere else to go. I'm guessing CC window. Revenant, stop looking there. There's clearly nobody there. You have an outstanding power position. Never mind. I eat my words, as Sour Twist is in fact rotating towards Garage, but Dirty Dan just ran into cache, completely isolated from his teammate in the meantime. Smoke out for Sour Twist. His best play is, I guess, to try and stick it. I don't know. Clearly he didn't know either, because he just ran into the building, and Revenant will happily capitalize on that free pick. Kettering back in the lead.
I have a lot of bones to pick with everything that just happened. I think Cryan you gotta play the time. You have 30 seconds left to defend. That is, you're essentially in that situation. 4th man, no health, and Caveira is not very well known for her head-to-head gunfight ability. Just play that time. That is all that you need to do. It's kind of hard to manifest the minor decisions, but I think that's just the area that we're at. Happy, the kind of level sometimes with these collegiate players. Cryan's still going to be on the Caveira, and MSU are still going to run that Jackal. Don't go to Strip. Stop it. You've gone
First,
here.
You don't succeed.
I swear, Cryan has gone here 5 rounds in a row, 6 rounds in a row. Everything.
I don't think every single round. I don't think he
It
was there when they
feels like
defended
it.
CC the first time.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
And then I want to say round 3 he might not have. No, round 3 was when they defended CC. I don't know. Anyways, but you know what has been happening consistently as Cryan going to Strip, is Kettering going, or MSU going to Strip. That is like where they like to make their entry. They are even bringing a Montaigne, because they are so prepared for a Strip play from Cryan, but somehow, through what I think could only be divine intervention, he has been moved to not play inside of Strip. And a fascinating adjustment from Cryan, and now he'll have to try and find his interrogations elsewhere as Revenant.
What?
All right, take him off Monty duty.
You have
It's not how you play Montaigne.
I know it's a new ability, but you now have the ability to free look with shields. You don't need to pivot towards these areas anymore. That's really brutal, because you take away what usually is considered the tip of the spear for attacks. I think that I'm quoting Lynx when I say that usually a Monty is designed to be the front of your push. It's not a part of it. It is the push. And without that, what is the plan for Biohazard? Obviously, you still have that Jackal. You're maybe able to hunt down some players. You still have the Ram, which will be able to destroy Kitchen and that hallway. But it makes everything so much slower. Which going after these roamers, going for the site is all going to be so slow and chunky. And Crying, even though he misses shots, like, it doesn't matter. Because time is still ticking down.
Very much an enemy of MSU Blue. This a basement attack. All right, there goes. Case could be confirmed. I don't think it will be. There, his teammate's right there. His teammate was right over towards the freezer entrance, and he just walked away instead of shooting the guy that ran outside. It is a comedy of errors this round for MSU Blue. 40 seconds to go. We need to hit basement. We're trying to clear second floor. We only have control over strip. Ryan's just killed someone with a shotgun on Caveira, and he'll just fade away because he can. And you were talking about playing the time. Well, no situation in which it is easier to play the time than 30 seconds left, and you are here. As a matter of fact, he's even ring around the rosied to eventually get control over strip ball. So it is inevitable. He will always make an appearance towards that part of the map. And he might even get the interrogation, just actually gets a flat out kill instead. Curiosity, the only one left. He gets it down.
5 seconds left.
He gets it down.
He gets it down.
He gets it down.
That's it.
He didn't.
Not
he
a
wasn't feeling it today, I guess.
So.
And Kettering Academy will end up going 4-2 after a 2-1 lead from MSU. It kind of fell apart towards the end of the half.
Yeah. Ugh. It felt like it went from coordinated, calculated destruction of the room very early on to just a lot of people throwing themselves in, hoping for the exact same thing, and Kettering adapted. Crying initially did go to the strip club, but fell off because, you know, if you play in the exact same spot over and over and over and over again, your opponent's eventually going to read into that, and then you start to play mind games. You're like, am I there? Is this all just a complete, like, reverse psychology? Whatever, I'm completely turning myself in circles here talking about this. But clearly, Kettering Academy, they had the upper hand when it came to what I believe is the mental. Like, they simply outplayed their opponents in that strategy department.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds to
Well,
insertion.
defense. Maybe it'll change. Maybe they'll look like a team reborn as MSU Blue. Opportunity to go to their first objective. They pick Cash and CC. Something that's definitely more common in ranked and in collegiate with these players who really only play ranked. Maybe some of them aren't super familiar with the comp scene. But I think toward the higher levels of competitive, as you move up and up, it goes from a pretty good site where you can try and force the attack into bottlenecks to a very hard site to win from your point of view. As Bandits still allowed on walls, though this time it's MSU Blue who are doing the tricking, not being tricked. And Sauer has got all 4 of them out. He's just shuffling them around as the EMPs come through. And I don't think this strategy is working for KU at the moment. MSU might be able to get it.
Nope.
How is he alive?
I think because it was, like, directly above him and he was crouching.
Ooh, nice shot.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Realism, look, we like to toe the line between realism and fantastical in Rainbow Six Siege. Ark has gotten a little bit of info that there's a roamer over by Edgeroom. That's Amsim, as she might be a little bit of a bastion for MSU Blue, but Sauer's going to be able to get that kill, which will take a lot of the pressure off these other players, but it's always a back and forth. The trade game has been very, very good for Kettering, and with Amsim stuck in this corner, no real way out, she's kind of made her own coffin. She has to get the kill or simply die trying. Krine's going to take the gunfight, win it, and now Kettering have a great way to create a pinch.
Good way to create a pinch, and it seems like it's only a matter of time until they can. Top red player, not even allowed to pop up. He's taken down by Cryan before Chop can have a word with him. And it's just left to Sour Twist. He's been a great fragger all day, though. And he's going to move towards top red. Chop can watch both angles, but not simultaneously. No more C4 on Sour, though. So the play to go downstairs, quickly aborted. And now a 1 versus 2. Infamous is going to be the contact here, and then Chop can try and swing. But instead, he doesn't look for Infamous at first, and then tries to go for the full wrap. But Infamous swings very proactively, and will take that kill. And Kettering are able to go up 5-2 on MSU Blue.
We're reaching the point of no return. Happy. Kettering have got to attack CCTV, and then if they win that, MSU Blue are just kind of stuck because there's nowhere that can be gone. The basement, the gym, everything is going to be just easy access for Kettering. And I'm surprised that MSU wouldn't try to adapt from here on out. Granted, that's not something that they've kind of done overall. They've conformed over a very long period of time, like an entire half, where they eventually adapted to going to strip. But here is the point where you would probably go to gym, go to the basement, sites that are at this stage in Rainbow Six with the meta, with the defenders and the attackers that are in play, is just better for the defense. We see Pro League teams go here. We see Tier 2 teams go to gym and basement rather than the CC side. And even though Azami is in play and will most likely no longer get banned compared to the likes of Solus or Fenrir or Tuberal, it still doesn't make it as good as some of these other sites.
Well, they want to go back to CC anyways, in spite of the struggles. Bold strategy. We'll have to wait and see if it works out for them. As Kettering, in round number 8, fresh off a round win for themselves, didn't necessarily struggle too heavily with getting the wall open. As Chop, that's not going to counter the tricking. They brought a Thatcher. This time they bring a Callie, and that's still the same problem when it comes to dealing with bandit tricking. Mute Jammer put on the wall.
We are playing the nice game of
what
like,
is happening? I am so everyone. So this wall is just.
He got it.
Oh yeah, he got it off. Sour was hesitating just a little bit too much. They get it off in a minute. So Chop tries to bring a Callie to counter an active bandit trick. And it works, but it doesn't because the counter to the bandit trick was just the bandit himself. And now there is Biohazard stuck inside a bathroom, waiting seemingly to die, or for an opportunity rather to take some kills through the wall. Nice shot in a Revenant. Eventually, Cryan will trade though, and we're left in a 4-on-4.
Good little way to die there from Biohazard, as you're seeing the current Azami rework in play, with the F2 used to destroy those barricades. Sour Twist is going to be able to put MSU in that man count lead, with Chop seeing the player up top, and now you could get a great little pinch from the player on the outside and the player down below, but Chop only has that sniper rifle. It is kind of dangerous to pick someone who does have that full auto gun. Yes, it is only the ACS, but compared to everything else, it would just be better for Chop to hold down one of these sightlines while somebody like Arc or Infamous is able to push up and provide some sightlines. But they're kind of anteing up for the push, and Infamous, he doesn't see anybody, and you can tell he does want to push in, but that would require such a risky play.
MSU Blue look like they've got the upper hand for now. Still with that garage control, but it's not the garage control, but rather the top red control that will get them their first kill of this execute. Second one going to be found on the player coming in through cash. And now it's just left to Arcbad. A mistimed execute where one goes and then a couple seconds later the next player goes, and Arc was just kind of sitting here hoping he'd be given an opportunity to frag. Is not. Technically could have killed Curiosity, but he wasn't really going to win that gunfight. And it would seem that Kettering were not really going to win that round.
Yeah, kind of gotta go at the same time. If a player's gonna walk in from the breach, gotta hop in the window. You gotta provide one angle for that defense to look at, and for it to be the wrong angle while another player is directly watching them. I think for Kettering Academy, they are in the ability to maybe make a little bit of mistakes. They are up now 5-3. They do have that one map win, and if they win one more, they will go into overtime, which guarantees you a couple more rounds of your own. Now, Kettering Academy, they're going to have to, what was a Cav, got swapped back onto the Soulless. So you're still going to have that Roamer, which makes sense why you would want to bring that Jackal, because if you shut down Curiosity, make that focus onto that basement, of which you can start to get the floor a-chopping with Chop Skeleton Key. At Kettering usually will have the advantage from there on out, but requires a lot of ifs. You gotta take down Curiosity first, and Curiosity has just been a slippery little fish.
He has been.
Attackers are moving out to locate
Kudos to
bombs.
him. Him and Sour are both playing pretty well all so far today. Sim has been doing all right. A lot of impactless frags on Oregon. Typically Am the last one left standing in a lot of those situations, but this map has definitely been putting in the work, finding a lot of solid impact. But overall, MSU Blue just on their attacks didn't feel like they had the coordination that you would have liked to see. In this case, their defense is looking all right so far. A little too soon for me to make a proper verdict, though. This basement defense will tell us a lot. If this is a win for Kettering, it feels as though the game is done and dusted, even though Kettering on their own defensive half did manage 3-round wins in a row to bring it back to a 4-2 half. Feels like that's a very different team that we've seen a lot more out of. That I don't have that same confidence in Blue quite yet, but this is a solid way to start. Sour Twist able to get 2 kills via 2 separate kinds of explosions. The Capcan Trap and the C4 are able to start things off in MSU Blue's favor. Revenant and Arc Badman will not be in the picture anymore.
Crime does get a couple of X-Kairos on that hatch, and Sour Twist is gone. So you don't really get too much loss there. Surely Curiosity has not been found out up on this second floor. There doesn't seem to be any indication from Kettering that they do have to focus up on this top floor. So either Curiosity can simply hold out here, you wait for a prime opportunity, but nope, there's that drone. I'm a little confused why you see that drone and then peek it, shoot it out, when you could just simply avoid it and give that reason of suspicion of like, hey, there might not be a player here. That is a beautiful evil eye.
Yeah, I like that a lot. That tells you that MSU Blue are down, but they're trying to play into that. You know what? Let's see if we can outthink the other team. And I like that a lot. I was talking about that a little bit in map number 1, but it was like, you gotta learn as a Siege player, what can I do if I feel as though I cannot do anything in the frags department? Well, try and catch them off guard is a great way to win some gunfights. Curiosity's been winning his fights regardless, and he's able to win that one without taking any damage himself. Takes damage from a different angle, but like you said, another EDD is gonna get another kill, and Infamous is now alone against the Tides. First battle is Curiosity. He's able to clear that hurdle, but not super convincingly. And he's only got 15 seconds to work with. The lowest HP of anyone in the server. Couple shots from a Maestro camera would do him in pretty satisfactorily. Whether that's a real word or not, you decide. Another kill for Infamous, though, but now they know where he is. And this player in the back of Armory should surely have him dead to rights. It's Sim able to get that frag and bring MSU back to within 1 round.
All right, now things get a little spooky for Kettering. Because ideally, what you've seen from the last map is that Kettering are a little bit better at shooting most of the time from MSU Blue. Gonna have a quick timeout from Kettering, and I'm not, excuse me. I do like this. Because, we have seen a couple of rounds from MSU Blue, but it's not a massive snowball. You're not seeing 4 rounds like Kettering were able to string along, even going into their second half. It's enough time where you can give yourself a little bit of a break while realizing that there is something that does need to be solved. And I think part of that still is that roam clear. Curiosity did not get caught out, and eventually they just kind of threw away any chance in that round. Most of it, obviously, was the Capcan traps, because they lost 2 people, 2 Capcan traps, which, you know, really shouldn't be a thing. Which now, of course, Kettering Academy will be like, hey, look down. Shoot the cat. Do not die to the Capcan traps. I am begging you. And with that 60-second timeout, they're going to have to attack a bedroom gym to put themselves on match point.
Well, it's definitely an interesting
Attackers need to locate and
prospect
defuse
where
bombs.
Kettering ACAD maybe looked like they were getting a little too silly towards the start of their defensive half, but now it looks like they legitimately may end up needing a map 3 out of the series if MSU Blue keep up this solid performance we're seeing on their defensive side. I think part of what they struggled with last round was not having fully cleared. That'll be a little easier to get away with on this objective. You can kind of just take some cash and CC control. Granted, you do have to hope that you don't get exploded from below or die to a Capcan trap like you did last round, but
10 seconds.
there are ways to deal with that. But even still, regardless, you can still take that control and then maybe set up some flank watch, and then you'll be all right, at least
Attackers' objective
for
is
the
to locate
most
a bomb
part.
and defuse it.
So again, Kettering ACAD don't necessarily need to go for that full roam clear, and they can kind of mask that flaw in their attack, their ability or lack thereof to clear the map in its entirety while attacking this objective. So if there's been a round that they could win, I think this is the one. And then, you know, you set yourself up pretty well for some of the ones in the future, and that's a great start as Arc Badman's going to take down Curiosity.
All right, so surely Curiosity doesn't get any more kills in the round, right? Right? That's definitely not something that can happen, though. You got
IQ.
By attack.
IQ would really help.
Yeah, you've got the Thatcher in this time instead of something like the Cali. Gonna be opened up. What is Ansem doing? It's being broken open. You have to have the assumption that there's going to be a player directly watching the window, but just kind of too consumed by getting potentially a rotate open. A lot of odd decisions, as now a lot of the round is getting put into the pocket of Dirty Dan. You can hold cash, maybe get something done, but they're actually getting shot through that drone hole, forced to flee for their lives and potentially not live very much longer. Shotguns will not do a good enough range from that range, and things are just getting worse and worse for MSU Blue.
C4 out for Dan, trying to make something happen, but it's actually Sour Twist who's able to make some kind of a play and bring this even just a little bit back for MSU Blue. Chap now down. No more Bravo drones to deal with. However, Chop, been having a little bit of a rough map. The only person on Kettering who I would say has been having a rough map. Crying, a little scared. That was your teammate, though. And Kettering starting to make their way towards the objective, actually inside it for just a moment. And I think Revan is actually still in there. There's currently a flank being attempted by Sour Twist, and Dan is still inside of Cash, but the whole bomb site has been given to the attack. And now, Arc's got 2 kills for free from Windows, watching those players that are too far away from site rotate back, or at least attempt to rotate back to that very site, and Kettering now on match point.
Kind of expected. Kettering Academy finally quelling the masses and actually making good use out of that timeout. You could tell that there was a lot more calm and collected. They were able to take advantage of the MSU Blue and really put on display their mistakes, especially for you and I, because there were a lot of times where
Attackers need to
it
locate
felt
and
like
defuse bombs.
Kettering Academy would usually fall victim to certain things that MSU Blue were doing. But they did play a little bit back. They made it so that MSU Blue's mistakes were brought to the forefront, which then was a reason why Kettering were able to take advantage of that and gain map control and a man advantage. One last time. You gotta do it on CCTV. You've done this before. And you're still in Azami with that ACS-12, with the ACOG. If you get to a similar position, you have to be on time. You can't trickle in one-on-one like we have seen the previous time that Kettering was here, and something that seemed to be maybe a little bit changed in the previous round, but that is kind of postulation. We didn't see an actual site attack, just a lot of roam clearing.
Oh no. He's back. Once again, we see Sour twist back on the casual CC wall in his natural habitat. Trying to see if he can bandit trick once again. Made it about a minute in, most often. This time around, he'll be lucky to get that far. Surely they've got to be onto him. They're bringing Cryan on the buck as well. It would seem that Bandit might get shot from below without realising, oh, they've got the fire as well. Ducks out of there. Escapes the predators. And there goes Chop getting one. I apologize for that. It's curiosity. I was making a little document. I was making a documentary of his natural habitat because I just thought it was funny that he keeps trying. Definitely the best job we've seen though at countering the play on that CCTV wall. That goes without saying. And Curiosity's also dead too, so a great start for Kettering.
The Twitch drone's going to be there as well. Just destroy anything that might help MSU Blue overall, whether it is those Black Eyes, whether it is those ADSs. But with Raptors control given up, there's not a lot of hope here. Because you're not going to be able to do much besides sit back in red stairs, sit back in cash, and try to get things done. Dirty Dan has no idea that there's a player's raft, and that might be the bell tolling that this one could be over in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, I would imagine. Good kill onto Chop. Man, poor guy just cannot catch a break this map, but everybody else on his team is on cloud 9, and they've just hit round 7. They've just won 2-0. 5-0. A flawless record thus far through the season for Kettering Academy. And it is absolutely their best game yet so far this season, or at least one could make the argument. We didn't get to watch their earlier games this season, but on paper, yet another dominant performance from Kettering Academy, trying to show the world that they belong in some higher up conferences, because man, they did not make that one look super competitive. Saw some flashes from Murray State, but just didn't quite see the consistency that we need.
Yeah, it's something that usually would be backed up by paper, and in this instance, it is. The team with the superior record is able to continue on undefeated, and the team whose only wins comes from a forfeit, unfortunately, will continue to go legitimately winless. They still do have that one win to back off of, though. I think the ceiling is pretty high for Kettering in this division. There doesn't seem to be a team so far that can really give them the time of day. We saw with University of Michigan that one round, or that one map loss, but overall, this team still is super dominant, happy. But that is going to be it for us today.
Yeah, unfortunately, we will say goodbye. However, there will be more action coming up in just a little bit. About 45 minutes it'll take until we have the next game ready for you. That'll be Ottawa Garnet versus Fisher Falcons. A strong one to be sure, with Fisher one of the best teams that we've watched in all of NECC. Well, if you want to see them maybe continue their streak of dominance, or maybe see an Ottawa Garnet upset, come back in about 45 minutes, because we will have that game for you right then.
My head. Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. just a ghost inside my head. tucked away. I fill my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, I'm feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. so can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh you say you wanna dance. You're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you got nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're worried, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarettes
feelings. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, yeah, you take me higher, baby.
you go? Where'd you go? Let me feel it. Let me feel it. Just reach out.
Fall into you.
When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season. Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under attack, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine. Before all that you put me through, I knew that you were trouble, but I like that you're bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me so complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing, and suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, and before too long I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Oh, tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name's Infernos, joined here by my good friend Klimps, aka Mason, and we have two new teams stepping in for our second game of the day as we round out our six for the evening.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear, Scott. Two solid teams out of the Legends division. Obviously, you just watched out of the Challengers division, I believe. It was Kettering Academy versus Murray State Blue. And now we've got Fisher taking on the University of Ottawa Garnet.
Yes, that is the case. One of these teams coming into
I
this
got it
one
right.
with a much better score line, or I would say stat line. The Fisher Falcons are coming into this 4-1 up to this point, and it's not the same state here for Ottawa Garnet. In fact, it's the total opposite statistically for them. They have only won a single game, and it was a pretty close margin as well from what I remember from that stat sheet. So they're coming into this one obviously going to be the underdogs, but they're going to have to find some sort of way to, you know, scope themselves back into it and get back into the thick of things, especially with the hopes that maybe a new season, which just dropped today, is their best chance of doing so here, Mason.
Yeah, I think that that's going to be the biggest factor. Obviously, Scott, we saw
It was
the
so
first
slow.
match, finally some live stream gameplay of the new season, and we're going to get to see more as we turn over to the Ottawa Garnet roster. Toga, Cuber, Pezzi, Star Moon, and Unicorn. PC. Oh, I'm going to do it
I'm
again.
going to say Pessy the entire time.
I did it like 2 weeks ago when we casted Ottawa. I'm going to do it again, I'm sure. It's PC. Thank you, Scott,
PC.
for so kindly
I want to say
reminding
Pessy
me. We
because
would do our
I'm a
best.
Ronaldo fan, so I just want to say Pessy, like, you know, penalty Messi, you know, as a joke to, you know, make Messi fans. I love Messi. Make Messi fans mad, but I gotta rein it in here. PC.
Well,
PC.
anyway, you Ottawa Garnet, solid team, but they've always been at that bottom tier of the Legends division. They've not shown enough for us to really think that they've stepped up.
to a higher level. And unfortunately, their record's still
1-5,
kind of maintaining where they've been. I mean, they've always been able to maintain themselves in the Legends division. They've just never been able to truthfully perform to the potential that their roster definitely has the ability to do so. No David in the lineup tonight. That also might make this side a little bit weaker. But then on the other side, you've got Fisher, a really solid team, very stout. They've added gunners this season. They've changed up their roster a fair little bit, but you've got Beezer, Bomb, Maple, Scoob, and Tekwo. And back when I was playing just last semester, I remember getting absolutely manhandled by Bomb in most of my lobbies, where he dropped like 23 kills just out of left field. So be sure to look for that, because that will probably happen on numerous occasions. Scoob, also a very fantastic player, but honestly, you can pick anybody out of this Fisher roster, and someone's going to be shooting in this match tonight for this team.
I think the crazy part is y'all weren't even playing R6 when Bomb was taking you down in the lobby. That was Battle Bit. That was this is a completely different game. He was tearing you up in anything. He was stalking you actually for weeks, finding whatever game you were playing at that moment, just to outdo you. Just to outdo you. Every time you got outfragged in a video game for a solid month, it was Bomb, just making sure that his presence was known in the lobby, opposite of you. Just know that it's there in your walls, actually. So just be aware of that one. Coming up for our map ban, this is already something that I'm not looking forward to as a colorblind individual. The oh so colorful map of Labs being the first one, and this will actually be the first time I'll ever cast this map. Unfortunate for me. I've been lucky enough to have been scraping by it, never having seen it up to this point. Gotta be ruined by this now. It was Clubhouse, Constant, Skyscraper, and Bank being banned off in that order, followed now by Labs being selected for the first. Chalet at least we get my favorite map right after the one I literally know nothing about because I can't see anything on the map, followed by Cafe and Border Band, leaving Oregon up as our decider.
Well, I'll tell you what, Scott.
You handle
like
everything?
Like every broadcast ever, I will carry when it comes to callouts and just the map and just everything else. Yeah. And you can yap for the next couple hours. That's exactly what I'm really good at. That's what you're here to do.
And the better hairline, right? That's like what we're here for.
You have like a Lego man haircut. Like you could just stick the piece up.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, they don't make Lego man hairstyles for receding hairlines, so they doesn't really.
We were talking about that earlier, and it's somehow been brought back into conversation, which is absolute insanity. I don't know how we got on that.
You gave me a slight dig. You even called me a Lego man. I'm throwing it back out there. No, this fish is not staying in the water. He's coming up for He's resurfacing.
Fish out of water, especially on Nighthaven Labs. Maybe
Nighthaven looks great
on that map. Is Waterfall. I think that Waterfall is a fun spot, and there's lots of fishies going down the stairwell in and out of that spot. But I think that'll be a pivot point and a focal point here in this
I didn't know
new season.
Labs had a billiards table.
No.
Yeah.
I didn't either. But that's okay.
And a nice little lounge.
We get a
right
nice
there.
pretty look at good
Is there
old
a bar
Coastline,
over there?
Hopefully to be renovated again. Hopefully.
I really do hope Coastline returns.
And it would be nice. It'd be nice to see it renovated again. Just slight changes. Maybe expand the map a little bit more. Change up the layout of some of the rooms. I think could be a really fun map. But back into the biggest talk of the trade here. It's a new season of Rainbow Six Siege. Deimos is in the game. Brand new operator. Smoking hot pistol. That thing is insane. I mean, I was playing Deathmatch just before the broadcast. I got off of work, came home, and I was like, I need to at least play a little bit of the new season so I'd kind of know what's up. And yeah, Deimos, I will say that on the primary side, weapon-wise, the AK-74, not historically a great gun. I still feel strongly about that, considering it has no foregrip. But I will say that sidearm.
Does it not anymore? Still no?
Nope.
You're kidding.
Still no for Deimos, at least. But I will say that sidearm, that revolver pistol, is unreal. It goes through like 3 walls. It 2 shots anything that moves. And I guarantee you will probably see him played every single round tonight if he's on the board. Just for the fun factor, not even the actually useful, which we don't know yet.
It feels like, as well with the revolver, it feels like the old heydays of, Kaid and Nomad's release, where you had to deal with the revolver in their secondary, right? With the giant scope on it, and the spawn peak and everything else that came out from that. It feels very reminiscent of that. And that pistol received so many changes, so many nerfs, so many adjustments over the years, right? Until it finally was just like, all right, we're done with you. Scrape you out of the way. You're just not going to be a point of contention anymore. Deimos now fills that role, but Deimos is kind of crippled with his utility, where everyone's like, this seems like it's going to be really strong, and then you're forced to wield that pistol, and that also pings yourself as well. A Z ping, like a Jackal ping, not like a really good ping like Grims is, but it still doesn't feel as strong as it necessarily could be. So while Deimos is an option, the likelihood that we see it played is probably slimmer. I mean, that's normal anyways. When you have a new operator, new agent, and whatever game or esport that it comes out to, even a new champion and things like MOBAs and like League and whatnot, you're not likely going to see it early unless it's like a meme pick. But I'd love to see it. I did know I got banned on the second map in the first series, I believe, because I saw a message spring by in the production chat about Deimos ban, LOL or something along those lines. So maybe they just didn't want to see that come forward. I don't know, but I don't think the weapon's good enough. Like you said, I feel like the AK-7M is a little bit lacking, and being forced into that secondary the entire time basically to be viable is a little bit weird right now, especially when nobody really understands the ADS time anymore. It's obviously been crippled a ton. Movement feels really weird because of that. LMGs are in a really, really good spot. It seems like, yes, they got a 10% movement speed penalty, but they are just much better. They're a lot like they were back in the, Finka LMG meta. Genuinely, I think LMGs are going to come back on the board, which is maybe a reason why we're seeing Ying be knocked off. Also, she's just good, but still.
I feel like Ying's gun wasn't oppressive. Like, it
not as
didn't
much as
have
Finka,
that huge LMG bump, right? And in the nerf that happened to LMGs, I felt like that the Ying's, what was it, the type
95?
Not type. Is it type 95?
Type 95?
I knew it was a
maybe
type
80,
maybe.
85.
Yeah, top 89, maybe? I don't know. No, because that's Habana's gun. I don't know. Doesn't matter. No, hers the type 21. I don't know. Whatever it's called, the LMG that she runs was never super OP or super strong, and it didn't feel like she had a lot of recoil in previous seasons. But besides the point, Fenrir Soul is off the board, so Deimos will be available. I guarantee you Fisher will probably run him, and I think that where he comes into play, because he is not a strong operator gadget-wise, but where he can be useful is outside of the map, elsewhere and beyond, where you're playing on window repose. Like, think about a map like Cafe, where you can ping someone inside a cocktail with a drone, right? And then you can Deimos ping him, and then you have a buck down below, you instantly bucking on him with as much information as you can provide as the Deimos, but also with other information like Capital Bolts and Grimbees and stuff like that, just forcing that player into one spot that they can sit. There are a lot of different ways that he can be played. As Scoob highlighting the blitz early on,
there's no way they stick.
I'm honestly not surprised. No, I think he does stick, because Scoob is an absolutely disgusting shield player. And I think with the Monty being banned, I think he feels maybe a little bit of anger, a little bit of hatred at that, and he'll play the blitz. And he's a great, fantastic shield player. Obviously playing for the formerly known as Wanted Goons roster, which no longer exists after they just disbanded. But still, he's a really talented player, and I'm sure that blitz is going to be something that you Ottawa are probably not ready for, and might not have a plan in action of how to deal with it.
The issue as well with blitz is the shield change came through in this update, right? And a lot of people are expecting this to kind of be one of those mixed bags where it's a little bit of a nerf, but there's still a lot of positives to go alongside it. It feels nothing like that. It feels like a straight nerf. Though Scoob is making quick work, having to take advantage of the fact you have that excessive speed boost, it feels like, being able to pull out the gun like the old days, being able to fire, and taking advantage of angles where your feet would not be visible whatsoever, like through this breach here in the wall next to the mirror window they just broke down. It's 2 kills for Scoob, and Nitrocell is tossed out, detonating no one. At the other end of it, will fall to it, though Scoob does take a huge lick of damage in the process. They've got to avoid all possibilities of their feet being seen, because you cannot hide behind that shield any further. If you crouch with that shield, Mason, your left leg still sticks out like a sore thumb all the way out from behind the shield. There is no way to hide away from it. And it still netted them positive engagements for Fisher as a swing in now here. Again, nets them a 2v1 in the final few moments of this round, as it has barely been a minute and all of the action has already gone off.
Yeah, Fisher looking to finish this first round before we even recognize that it started. Techwell getting that diffuser down. Unicorn working their way through Waterfall. They're not looking at their player at all. Hello? Who was in IT that just was not looking the right direction?
They were looking through that breach.
All?
Where was the cover?
Were they just lost? I have no idea.
They were
but
looking
anyway,
through it. They saw each other.
Because Techwell got the kill at the end, so at least the Ash, who ended up getting the diffuser down, shockingly enough, Ash and diffuser in the same sentence, but they get the diffuser down. Fisher wins the first round rather swiftly, and I have a feeling, based on just by pure not only having experience against both of these teams, but also just like
being defused by
the way that both of these teams play and the way that their current stats are and the standings in the season. I have a feeling that this is going to be a swift match for Fisher, unless Ottawa can find the proper adjustments, which is going to be bringing those trap operators in denial like they are bringing the Malusi Legion, absolutely pivotal. But honestly, I don't even think bringing Wamai is important at all, because I don't think Fisher's going to use
Fisher's not
any
dumping
utility.
util. Yeah,
I
they're
think
not.
they're just going to run at you. So play shotguns, play for the close range combat, and force Fisher to have to actually play the video game. That's where you then can make them play your game rather than play theirs.
You need to play
That's why
hallways.
Fisher's so
You have to play long angles. The fact that Scoob was able to take advantage of what pretty much the hive mind on Reddit says, because that's one of the first things I do when I see an update for specifically something like shields. Since I don't play those anymore, I don't have any idea about how that change is going to work. Everyone has unanimously agreed in the hive mind, which is a crazy thing in the first place for R6 Reddit, that the shields, you have to play surprise. You have to swing corners for kills. You're so much faster being able to pull out the weapon and fire and fight back, but you have that weakness of those legs being even more prevalent. Scoob did a wonderful job opening up, jumping through hall in that last round to get that first frag, and then using that hole next to the mirror window they broke to find their second as well, completely negating their entire weakness that they have in this kit. And they're going to look to do so here again, but a great shot by Unicorn takes the goo mind stuck Scoob off the board, and Fisher will be disallowed that first blood, and the second that came quickly afterwards they gained in the first round.
And without the blitz on the board, it makes it a little bit more difficult for Fisher, but not too difficult for them. Techwheel trying to work his way through rafters, and Star Moon is fighting inside of E-Box. It's a jiggle peek battle between him and Bomb, but I will say that Bomb is a fantastic player. With an ACOG on the MP7,
There it is.
probably going to be able to tap away at his opponent. No, he didn't find the kill.
Wow,
It
that was actually Maple.
Elsewhere getting a kill. It just timed up really well because it looked like Bomb shot Star Moon's
Oh,
face.
finally.
There it is, finally. He lands the shots, but Fisher have full control of IT. They're walking up deep. Toga's going to try to throw a nitro cell here, but will it land? Will anyone shoot it for Fisher? No, it doesn't even get far enough. It's too weak of an arm. You got to do some pull-ups here, Toga, to at least get the range from Maple. Walking through top rafters, trying to find any picks, but Ottawa holding strong, at least for the time being.
First off, that's compression workouts. You need extension workouts. They need to be doing weights instead to be able to throw a little bit further. Doesn't matter though. Maple finds themselves yet another kill. That's Toga off the board that was trying to work from there. Cuber trying to find any sort of safe space. Trapped inside a cubby. Techwell there to deny all options that are remaining. You can see the plethora of side options that are now available for the attacking side as everything has been changed up. The 1.5 has unfortunately bit itself adieu. And now Warden probably will be no more, it feels like.
I will say it is like weird how I
So
feel
strange.
like we're almost back in old Siege. Like watching the game, it makes you feel a little nostalgic to like year 2 Siege.
Yeah, especially with the
Because
ADS speed.
you
It's
see
so
the
slow and the
ACOG?
movement and
Yes, exactly. Yeah, they've totally slowed the game down, which honestly, most people are going to take it as a negative thing because Rainbow Six Siege is typically a slow game. But I think when it comes to the actual gunfight play,
it's
I
healthier.
think that I actually don't mind it because we've been in this Call of Duty meta as
so
the best
bad,
way that
too.
anyone has ever described it, right? Where everyone just runs at you, it's run and gun. It's like if you were a Valorant player, right? And the Stinger was stupid OP, and you
Which
just
it
run and gun
was.
everyone, right? Right? Like it was.
3-4 months
like
ago.
that. Yeah.
Actually, maybe
So, like,
5.
Yeah,
Little
it's been
before
a little
December.
While. It's been
Little
a little
before
while,
December.
But it's like that run and gun meta, right? Where it's, or at least the equivalent to other games where it was like that. And moving back to the old style of Siege, I feel like the developers are trying to throw us back a little bit and maybe transition us into a new state of the game coming into year 10. So through year 9, it'll be interesting.
I think your
we've got a
attachments
huge-
matter more as well, right? Because it used to be you just pick Hollow B
Yes,
or
well, you've
Hollow
got
A,
that
whichever was so
new-
good. Now you've got 3 different types of 3.0 scopes that matter. Your ACOG scopes, right, that matter because, you know, Option C has more visibility, but it has less, you know, total FOV within the scope. Option 2 has more FOV, but it takes a whole bunch of visibility. And then the first option has little to nothing in the front, and so it's a little very clean sight, but again, visibility around it is a little bit cluttered because of the actual, you know, material of that scope. It's valuable to have that information, but you have to make the sacrifice. I think that Ubisoft's trying to point the players in a certain direction to try and assist in that regard and make those choices matter, especially now when it comes to foregrips that actually have importance. It's not just, hey, an ADS, you know, increase. you're only going to bring one single type. There's actually, you know, a point to having, you know, any of the three, whether it be movement speed now or, you know, a little bit of horizontal recoil control, or I can't remember what the third one, the new one is. But it actually seems pretty darn good. Even Bolo was like, I may be opting to bring this in on a lot of my defending operators. As a Mossberg is in play, but it won't matter as the new melee is tested out here for Scoob, who has rocked nothing but shields up to this point. Now switching off of the Blitz and over to the Fuse Shield, just something you don't see every day.
I think we might see more of it after the way that Scoob played it. I mean, now with shields, you being able to sprint, anyone can be like Blitz and essentially run with that shield in their face, and I think that it's going to allow the Fuse Shield to be a more viable option. Bomb and Bees are getting in on the action as well. He will throw a C4, it finds one, but Bombs to drop down. Certainly, the Mirror will face death. It's Beezer to walk in through that main breach, finding the kill. Fisher, 3 swift rounds down, but kind of back to our point, talking about the new season, because I think that that's something we can take advantage of this broadcast. I like that slower gunfight pace of, like, there's going to be a lot more angle holding with more ACOGs available. And the holo also being changed, the main holo that everyone ran, no one ran anything different, that's going to change because I'm not going to lie, I play and it feels clunky and kind of ugly. And, like, now you start to see other scopes be brought out. The reflex is being brought out a little bit more. Red dots are going to be played again, I'm sure. So I do actually like the way that they've kind of re-envisioned everything. I think laser sights have an interesting play now because it used to be no one
10% ADS speed bonus.
Why would you run it? But now, now your movement speed is like increased with the laser sight. And then you've also got that, but you've also got the horizontal grip, which is
the new none option, well. Right? It's
right.
The non-equipped. That's the movement speed actually. Horizontal grip is the 5% bonus movement speed. The laser gives you ADS speed, which requires, which basically means in the current stage where ADS feels so darn slow, where
you better be running
I used to make fun of players. I'm like, they know exactly where you're aiming because you've got a laser sight. I am a colorblind man, and I still see that red dot on the wall in front of me as that swings that corner. It gives a bunch of information. That was always the old style. It was like, don't bring the laser sight, don't bring it. Now everybody's going to be bringing the laser sight. You want that ADS increase to try and make up for the huge overall nerf that it received for ADS across the board. Now you feel like you have to have that laser, and you got great option twos. Angle grip gives the 20% weapon reload speed. It no longer gives the ADS bonus. Horizontal grip, the now none option is the base grip is a 5% movement speed, which is quite nice for some roamers. And then the vertical grip no longer does 25% for recoil, it does 20%. So a slight nerf to that, but it brings it more in line with some of the other foregrips you maybe would choose to bring as Maple. I don't know what they're bringing, but it works against Kuber for the first blood back for Fisher to tie things up in the man advantage.
I think Scoob got the, hey, just play whatever you feel, whatever sounds fun. Operator here today, he's down below with Deimos and could actually play vertical with the revolver. He's going to do a little bit, but he misses out on the shots of the Malusi. He can swing the hatch. The Malusi just around the corner, and Scoob will take him down. However, 2 members from Fisher are left alive after many of them have fallen to the Ottawa defenders in the bomb site. Maple walks into connector, finds one, knows of the positions of his other opponents on the pillar, but it's the Castle of Starmoon to respond, and now Scoob trying to clutch up. He's trying to bloodbait Starmoon. He's just a sliver of HP. Scoob, get the angle if you can, buddy. He's trying, but he just cannot quite find the location of the castle, who's been bumped down to just a portion of his HP. Now, here's where the utility comes in. Scoob's going to get one more track, right? He's going to be able to use it, and he can isolate essentially a 1v1 because he'll know exactly where one of his opponents are. So he has to check less angles. Unicorn dropped down to 1 HP now as well. Both of the last remaining players just a bullet away.
The issue is it's only 6 rounds in the revolver. You'll run out real fast, and Scoob is feeling that pressure. It's been a very consistent problem. You'll see always just 1 bullet needed on a swing and just can't secure it. I'll have to make sure they're keeping... Oh, there you go. You can get it eventually, Scoob. I believe in you. Reload here once again. Thankfully, it's actually pretty fast of a reload, but it definitely feels quite worse as the Mossberg is actually in hand for the primary. No AK. I honestly am not surprised that Scoob's opting to do so. As they're going to send out their last remaining drone, and might make sure there's any sort of information, have a angle to be held. It won't matter. Starmoon with the UMP with the new scope that you can gain for that on the defense. One of only, what, I think seven operators on the defensive side that have that scope now available to them. There's some Crazy.
Doc, Rook, Malusi.
Why does Malusi get it? Why does Wamai get it with the MP5?
I don't think Wamai gets it.
Does
No, I
Wamai
don't
no
think
longer
Wamai
get it?
gets
Because I know that was his name was initially in contention for it.
Maybe, but I know that.
On the MP5K,
Oh,
he
so
gets
has
it.
it
Yeah,
on the
so he
MP5K.
doesn't. He does
oh,
in
wow,
fact have it.
That's dumb.
It's stupid. Yeah, the gun choices
yeah,
they
I
had
know
for
that
it are
Mozzie and Thorn
unbelievable.
had it originally. And that was,
Tubarao
like,
has it on his
busted, and they got rid of
AR-15.
it.
Elbai Maestro Zombie,
kinda makes
Tachanka.
sense, I guess. Did Maestro get it?
Maestro.
Oh, on the ACS. On the ACS. That's
Maestro
right,
does
not
have it on the
actual
ACS,
Alda.
not in his Alda.
Not on the Alda. If he had it on the
Vigil
Alda,
has
that
it, but on the
would've really
Boss
been a
G, so that's
throwback.
not shocking. But both,
name?
all three,
Let's see-
Doc,
let's
Malusi,
see
and
the
Rook
patch
getting into the
notes at this
MP5 is
point.
crazy. I mean, this
Yeah,
is
it's-
literally, we're like the patch notes, but it's because this is such a huge change to the overall scope. It's like Siege 2.0, but honestly, a little bit less, right? But more game changing in the sense that these changes coming in year 9 is so important to the health and ecosystem of the game and of the esport in general that it's something you just can't gloss over.
Yeah, it's really gonna be like the angle holding meta, kind of like what I said before, where I think that there's just gonna be it's gonna be so interesting, right? Like, I can't wait to see how the game kind of transpires because with it being the first day, everyone's kind of playing the season like it's the old season still.
Yeah.
And you can't fully do that to that extent because we're not in the 1.5 meta anymore, where it essentially attributed to the run and gun style, and we're almost back. You know, we've thrown it back a few years into older Siege meta.
Thrown it back.
But Fisher. They're working IT, or not IT rather, but Animus, as they've already walked in close. Techwheel is basically the bomb site, and I don't think Toga has any idea. I mean, the Yada gets one. Does she turn around or at least get the other? No, but he finds one. Beezer, though, taken down by Cubers. A solid defensive effort here by Ottawa. And it feels like Fisher getting a little bit lazy. 3 members try to flood on through. None of them live, and they only get 1 kill for their grace.
It feels like the last 2 rounds have really led to them just funneling for almost no reason, it feels like. It just is a little bit one-dimensional, it seems. You do have your Tubrav Cure kind of being caught off guard here, being tracked by that drone. That animation is so weird. It doesn't feel like R6, but, you know, it's there. And it allows for Bomb able to get that kill to clean up from the player of Scoop. And keep in mind, I don't believe Bomb actually sees the pings that come forward from the utility here. It doesn't do it. Like, it's just Scoop that sees that. And so they still have to be able to relay that information correctly, which is where it becomes even more important in a competitive environment, an esport environment, to make sure you have clear comms and concise communication between your roster. Scoop will send out yet another one. Keep in mind, there's still one more Deimos drone that can come in after this, which is just going to whittle down the player count of Ottawa if they can successfully get the 1 kill at the end of each of these. But Scoop is just struggling. There it is. There it is. Finally closed and secured. And you now can isolate a 1v1 here because PC, you know, is nearby for the player of Bomb, and Scoop can just pop their drone here in the next, well, now, as it's going to be used the second it's available, and they'll isolate another one. This one's going to be Toga just having to run away, praying a Nitro Cell can take him down. It's done! You got your 1v1, and now it's over! That is such a disgusting piece of utility if you have a verticality map that's so darn prevalent, like seemingly this basement and first sight have been for Fisher here on this map of Labs.
I actually don't even know, like, the counters to the Deimos drone. I think Mute might counter it, but you'd have to stand like within the radius.
Yeah, you'd
of
have to be in the
jammer,
radius.
But, like, yeah, it's insane how strong that scan is, because I didn't really think about the I guess it feels like old line where you can scan someone from anywhere on the map without them moving, right? All you had to do was red ping them, which, I mean, what do you just play? Do you just play Vigil and hope you don't get red pinged and go hide in the corner, or how do you counter that? Other than a mute
Vigil?
jammer, Vigil is my guess. Like
Mute.
Like that's literally.
Didn't Caviera also counter, or
and
does
Scoop
that
is playing
get rid of that?
so smart with it? I don't know.
I think Cav
Scoop
was
is playing
initially
super
meant to.
smart. And going down below, and on a map like Nighthaven Labs, which you can literally break everything, verticality-wise, on any site pretty much, whether it's from below or above, if you get tracked, you better just be running. Like, you better just run in circles and honestly pray for your life that you're not going to get randomly wallbanged. It's like a more OP pulse, or IQ maybe, with the
IQ
pistol
maybe?
out against the pulse. Like, It's hard to even explain.
Yeah.
But in the way that it's being used, at least the fashion's being used in this game, it is definitely strong. As PC gets another opening pick, it is helpful, at least for the side of Ottawa. I'm shocked that Fisher are just kind of letting these picks go in the way of Ottawa, but it still feels like Fisher are evenly in this round as Scoob will take down Toga. Just as I said, I thought that Fisher were in this round already, and they're definitely even more so now that Scoob has taken down Toga and has already made such good progress here on the top floor.
I mean, you just clear it out. You just whittle down the player count for Ottawa. It's debilitating. It's so hard to watch. Scoob's playing it so well, too, because you have to realize you can't fall into this misnomer and being like, okay, there's the AK, I'm going to bring it. They are making sure they don't bring out the gun. They want the Mossberg, right? You're not going to bring that out in a normal firefight, so just don't even worry about bringing the AK. You want to worry about this revolver. You want to have that utility up constantly, tagging down a player and working in your favor, and it has just been so effective. 7 kills now as they'll take down Star Moon for their 7th, refragging the loss of life they just had against one more player on the side of Fisher. It is just a hard-pressed space for Ottawa to find safety on this map defensively, and PC and Unicorn still have their work cut out for them as you're down to the last pip. It's fine. You maybe don't have to worry about it as much, but you still got to survive this final one in the first place, and that's proving to be quite difficult as you can get the very limited bits of information from below, but it doesn't stop the fact that they will see you, they will both hunt you down, and now it'll be a 2v1 in the final few moments as Cuber says, this op is so fun. Yeah, I bet it is. As Maple gets the 1v1 they were asking for, despite being stunned moments prior. Deimos on Labs? Yeah, you gotta be kidding me. This is a must-man on this map.
Imagine if the other team was running like Lion and Deimos at the same time. So you get scanned, and then you have to run, but then you're getting scanned for running. Like, you just no winning. It's kind of insane. I think that we might see a lot of Deimos Lion pairings. Scoop is calling out.
Scoop saying, you have a mute. Sit in the jammer. It is the counter. It's there. We have given you, or you've given yourself, Ubisoft, this is Ubisoft coping with it, by the way, so we've given you the utility to counter this. But they don't explain it very well, so you gotta like
just deal with it.
You gotta watch some random arbitrary YouTube breakdown video about counters and interactions.
With it being like the new season, like no one knows what's going on.
Yeah.
So there is no countering anything because you're just lost. You're like, dude, what is happening?
Who was that R6 YouTuber
it's like getting onto
that
a new map of ranked that like you've never seen before, and it's like, what do I reinforce? Where do I go? Like, what is this room called? It's the same thing, but with an operator of
interactions.
I know where to
and
go,
utility ideas
but how do I deal with this?
Yeah.
Because when Tubra was in the game, like I didn't know what to do with that guy when he got added in, because it was like
so crazy.
How do I fight back?
Who was that YouTuber that did the breakdown videos like of interactions and operator utility? Like it always does on the TTS, and they goes, here's a myth, you know whether it's not a good. Is it? I don't think so. I think it was like an older YouTuber. He still does it now, I think, occasionally. But back in the day, you'd have a breakdown of anything. I remember watching Maestro's. That was huge. I was like, oh my goodness, and this video was like 3 minutes long about myths. Now you have a video, because we have so many operators in the game and there's so many interactions, you have a single Deimos video and it's going to come out to be 18 minutes.
Frost ran after his teammate called it out.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my God.
You'll have an 18-minute video about myths and interactions there. It just makes it even more difficult for players to understand the true extent, because we don't have the attention span to sit there for 18 minutes for an interaction that happens in the random 11th minute. You're going to skip through it. You're going to just find the ones that intrigue you, and you got to pay attention to all of them, because this Deimos is tearing you apart, and you now need to find the same level of success and hope that Toga can pop up. But it's not actually Toga, it's Star Moon that does it. They get 2 as Scoop and Beezer bite the quite literal bullet to put Ottawa now in a man advantage.
Star Moon, a little disgusting. Nice shot. You see another newly acquitted ACOG. It doesn't feel so new, but it is, it's, oh my. That's just unfair, Bomb.
Poor Ross,
cool,
that's who
man.
it is, poor Ross.
It feels new, but it feels like a car that was retired and then like brought back. I don't know a good analogy.
It does. It's been unsunset.
Right.
Any D2 fans out there talking about an exotic from D1 that returns? It was great then, and it's now even better somehow in D2, right? It's returned even stronger.
Oh my gosh! And Bob
oh my gosh!
Another Frostmat gets a plug. It doesn't quite kill still, but PC down lower HP, definitely not going to be in a fun situation. Deimos being tracked, remember, when he tracks, it also tracks for the other team. Bomb will find one, but Toga's going to have to do some really strong work here. Tech will taking the close swing inside of E-Box will get that kill. And Unicorn's just kind of been waiting around for his team to help him out, but now he's the last member, and now he's got to make something happen. He'll flash into E-Box, but he's got to make sure he checks all the corners. He doesn't. Tech will, from the ground, will end up getting that kill. And, yeah, Fisher looking to take this match rather soon. 6-1 match point.
Already. Well, there's one saving grace we can give Fisher here. Maybe they heard that I really don't like the map of Labs. And so they're saying, well, maybe they're running out of things to talk about with the new season, the breakdown of Deimos and all the utility and everything, all the changes. So let's get out of this map as fast as humanly possible for Scott Infernosis up in the caster booth. I felt like I was about to end off one of my work emails. That's how I end my emails. They just went out of this map too, I think. They just came in here with speed and prevalence. And now we get to see that Tachanka come out here for Scoop, which is something I'm always happy to see in the first place, especially in the few times that I have played this map, because I go out of my way to make sure I don't ever play this map when I play R6. Tachanka is so fun in the basement. I rock this. It is so entertaining.
Tachanka's bad. Still terrible. They're just
so good. So good.
So sad.
The Lord himself, Tachanka.
Can I make a prediction?
Yes.
Or like, not even a prediction, just a promise. Deimos will be banned by Ottawa next map.
Yes, I think so.
Almost a guarantee.
Chalet. So there's
because of what they just dealt with.
They will. Yeah, there's almost even more breakable floors. It's gonna be so much harder for Fisher to gain control of that space though than something like Labs, which is just really wide and impossible to control all of that. Chalet's second floor is really controllable by the defense. You're extending there anyways, right? So you're gonna claim that ground with your roam game and with that extension. So it'd be a little bit harder to utilize, but the second you give up that roam game, the final minute and a half, if not 2 minutes with how effective Fisher are with that, is going to be the worst 2 minutes of your life trying to deal with that defensively. Ottawa have to ban it, I think.
Yeah, I think that Ottawa will definitely get rid of that operator. Is Unicorn and the rest of Ottawa doing a solid job getting the IT wall opened up early on. Also Cuber with this drone getting good information, or at least the Argus camera, but they haven't drone Scoop sitting inside of IT. And if that drone does not turn around, I will be really sad for Ottawa. Oh, they turn
I don't think
around,
they
but
saw.
They're looking for feet holes. They're not looking for Scoop, and they don't see
Oh my
him.
god.
Oh, this is a massive blunder out of Ottawa. Time will tell.
No!
Yeah. He's standing in the middle of the open breach droning. Oh, big blunders out of Ottawa. I don't even think Cuber knows his own team died in there. How is Techwell here? You're on the defense, my dude. You're supposed to be inside the building, and Scoob is just decimating his opponent. 3 kills on the round, the Buck hopping in above, and Scoob is still up here. I mean, he gets his 4th looking for the ace. Sure, he's been pinged. Doesn't even matter. He knows where his own opponent is, but he hasn't checked the angle. You've got perfect information, Scoob. At least get the clip.
It's not
while
perfect.
You're at
It's
it.
not as good as Toga. Toga gets the live, like, grim ping, the constant ping.
Still,
Scoob only
he
gets the
had
occasion, like a
good
jackal ping, like an Inox ping.
He still had enough.
He had enough. For Scoob,
But-
it's enough, but it's just not enough in this stance. It's a Fisher dismantling of Ottawa Esports. A total dominating 7-1, and I'm glad to see we don't have the weird bug that's going on right now in the victory screen where they're all cramped into a single slot. Saw a bunch of pictures.
That'd be way sick.
Yeah, except you have like a shield in the front, and then there's like 7 rifle barrels just sticking through. That happens a lot in deathmatch.
I think that'd be sick.
It is pretty cool, actually. But we've got it working here, which is good for the esport. You know, we at least look a little impressive in the process. But that is a ridiculously strong map for Fisher, who say, yeah, Deimos is pretty cool. He's a pretty cool guy. So we're going to make sure. Also, fun fact.
It is their pick, so.
Deimos is from Birmingham, Alabama. So a little bit of representation for the Alabama folk, a.k.a. me.
Way
For
to
that.
make it
But
about
Birmingham
you.
sucks. Birmingham sucks. I hate that city. So it's not that great at the end of the day. Maybe that's why he's a
Definitely
villain.
made it about you.
Maybe that's why he's a villain.
Maybe you're a villain, Scott. Maybe you're a villain. Being
I'm gonna
from
enter my
Alabama.
evil arc.
Don't give me that face. Don't give me that face. Maybe you might just have to at the next lay-in. I might have to Watch my back.
I'm just gonna start. I'm just gonna start like
same every
you know the thing where you like kick somebody's like back of their knee and they go. So I'm just gonna do that to you the whole weekend.
Dude, my knees are already bad.
It's gonna go
kick
so much
anyone's
worse.
Knees, kick John's knees or someone else.
It's true. Put him down on my level.
Taller with worse knees.
Put him down on my level.
Exactly. Yeah, when he's 6 foot like 19.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta bring him down.
That's
that's
how height
Make
works.
it a little bit easier. Well, anyway, with that being said, Chalet up next. You Ottawa's pick. Maybe they've got a fighting chance there. We'll find out in just a few minutes.
I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. We had the conclusion of our first map in a very swift fashion, 7-1, getting their work cut out for him with the new Deimos propping in, and now we think Deimos is almost definitely going to be banned here on our second map of Chalet. Mason, your opinion, though I'm sure it doesn't matter. Theirs are the ones that matter. Let's see what you have to say.
I'll put my life savings on it.
Really? I'll go the other way. I have no life savings, so like no matter
also
what I
have no
win.
life savings,
Oh man,
so.
I thought for sure you would be like you'd have like something. Stinks.
I mean, I guess I do have savings, but like, you know, in theoretical
It's not like a
manner-
life saving, right? Like
Yeah.
it's a little different. Having like a savings account is not like your life savings. Life savings is like Scrooge McDuck put a bag of money under your mattress and sleep uncomfortably for 30 years, right? Like
I'm being told to give our producer and our observer money. Go get your own money. How about you learn to cast, you bums? So actually, one of them knows how to. But yeah, this we get.
How would
paid
you learn how to
the
cast well?
big bucks. They get past the they get paid the medium bucks, the schmedium bucks. We get paid the big bucks, big bucks. I don't know. I'm doing my best here. I'm doing my best. Chalet though.
And you
the
said you
map
can
here-
cast?
Dude, English second language.
No, it's not. You're from Arizona.
No, it's not.
You mean English second language? It's like saying, yeah, English is my second language, but I'm from like Utah. Like, smack dab in the United States. Only. It's only English there.
I can't. I'm laughing too hard.
Watch Fisher ban
well,
Deimos actually, because they're on the
no,
defense first.
No.
Watch them ban it.
No,
It'd be the ultimate troll. No, this would be the ultimate troll from Fisher to ban it first. They heard he's from Birmingham, Alabama, and they're like, all right, goodbye. Oh. Yang.
Yeah, Yang off the board. I mean, honestly, not a big shock. Like, Fisher stuck with that ban last time around, so I think they would be the same. It would be wise, at least, for them to continue doing the same trend because Ying is so strong here on Chalet. But Deimos off the board. Who would have thunk it? You owe me your life savings, Scott.
I owe you nothing then. I'm sorry.
Thank you for owing me absolutely nothing. It doesn't matter.
I'll
too
PayPal
much,
you the
but
15 quarters I've got
Solace?
stashed under my mattress.
Heck yeah. Solus off the board as well. I'll use him to scratch lottery tickets.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. But Solus going off the board, I mean, yeah, shocker. Chalet, Solus, very good. Valkyrie is probably a high probability ban. Maybe Mira is also solid here. Azami.
I don't feel like Azami's really going to get banned anymore because we didn't touch on Azami, but Azami did get the change this patch with the barrier health where you can actually shoot it.
Yeah.
999 HP, which seems like a lot, but
it is
you
a
deal
lot.
more damage based on the caliber of weapon you have, and you're probably bringing an AR on the attacking side, which
It is
means you're going to be
still
able
a
to tear
lot,
through
though.
that. Yeah, but it's a lot easier to deal with it than not being able to deal with it at all, right?
It is true. It is true. It is easier in that
The clip.
sense, yes,
It's a clip, I
but-
think, like maybe a clip and a half.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Yeah, I think it takes 2 magazines to like a mag and a half. Like it takes through 2 magazines at least.
And if you have 2 people firing, then you'd have a little bit of extra ammo to shoot the player
dude,
behind
I
as
can't
well.
wait to like be watching Pro League one day and someone's playing a zombie and you have a 4-man firing squad and that barricade. It's just like it.
And the new counter to that's going to be to have so many impacts that the defense they all turn around from behind the Kiva barricade the moment it breaks and just throw
Start
throw
chucking 'em.
impacts.
Hold the line, folks. just
They're
start
cluttered. We got it where we want them. It's perfect.
4 C4s fly over 1 Kiva barrier.
Oh
Who's
my
winning? The bullets are the
Who wins?
C4s.
It's a satchel strapped with dynamites. 4 players standing in a single area. You decide.
Calamity
And there's
what
the
this-
run out.
This game might turn into Scoob with the hop out. Big shocker there. Star Moon already taking a pretty good licking of HP. Toga on the Montaigne. We didn't get to see Monty brought last time around, but we do this time. As, well, he was banned on Night Haven Lab, so it'll be interesting to see what play is made there. But also, I think Scoob may be playing the Monty a little bit. But Toga whipping out the revolver on the Monty.
Interesting. If I can't play Deimos,
Long
this is
time
my
no see.
second best option.
I think so. long time no see, Mr. El Revolver. I don't know what revolver is in French. That's definitely not right. But
Revolver.
Les Revolver. Les Revolver. I don't know. I don't know what the revolver is in French, but it doesn't matter. It's deadly enough to find Scoob. And also Bomb, apparently. I don't know why they're just running at the Monty. I guess with the shield change, it is like somewhat viable to run the revolver since you can reload it from behind. But there's a hop out by TechWill. Cuber not able to get that shot off in time, and unfortunately the Monty will fall. So one of the members with a couple of kills here from Ottawa down, but at least Cuber has one for his name, and Star Moon and Unicorn can hopefully follow suit, taking down Beezer and Maple to give Ottawa their first round. But as I say that, Cuber goes down, so Star Moon and Unicorn will have to do so.
Isn't there a change as well for the shield? You get stunned if you hit 10 bullets into the shield. They're holding it. So if Toga does not have the shield extended, then you can be, and Clash is immune to it as well, which I think is pretty interesting. But I don't know. They also, the ADS timer is different if you're sprinting. I think that applies to everything, not just the shield players, but it was a big one that was in the shield update. Also, the repels are so much easier. I have not tested it myself, but it's like easier to manage. Yeah. Mabel gets the T5 SMG shot to the head of Unicorn and able to even take down Star Moon on top of it. They just go down under and pull out the super shorty that absolutely should have stayed on should have stayed on Mozzie, and I still swear by that to this day. I remember quoting, "Please Ubisoft, please fix," for the longest time after that got changed. Rest in peace, the super shorty on Mozzie.
Rip.
But Fisher do get the first defensive round off of a successful 2v2 right at the end of that one in the runouts to make sure they took down Toga, who was kind of going on a tear there with that revolver throughout that round.
Yeah, I honestly, like, as kind of the last thing I expected to see was the revolver, but I guess you gotta let him cook, bro. I guess you gotta let him eat. I can't be mad at it. If we did see a revolver make it back, the LFP is what it's called. The LFP, what, 586 or 856, something like that. Something along those lines. Make its way back into the Montaigne meta. That'd be interesting, because this shield meta change, right, is going to definitely change how the game is played, at least with shields and that type of perspective. So I'm curious on how teams are going to utilize them more, maybe be more aggressive. Scoob showing off another weapon, which got the ACOG. This time it's the 9x19 BSN. He'll hop out.
So good, too.
Tree, no one there, and now Scoob will just let fire rain outside because he can. As yeah, it seems like full force spawn peak meta here out of the side of Fisher as they take down Star Moon. TechWill getting the opener. Down goes the buck.
When this map got its rework, I put in 200 hours in the test server just on this map, because it's also the same update that released Siege 2.0.
That's why you were good at it when we scrimmed?
Yes, that's why I was unbelievably good at this map, because I have more hours on this map than any other map in R6. If you discluded this map of my hours total at R6, I probably have near the same just on this map as I did the entire rest of the game. I love and adore Chalet with every fiber. It was also Siege 2.0's update. So it was a lot of things, you know, bringing up and the reason why I was so into this map. But one of the big ones, this is also prior to the change where, you know, you could put a bullet hole in something and peek through that bullet hole. And Kaid's revolver with a giant scope on top of it was so good at spawn peeking, and it was because it had that scope. It had that extra magnification. Now defenders just have that. It's just there. They get it on select operators, which means if you pick up something like a Goyer, you pick up any operator that has that extra magnification, which we're seeing Fisher opt to do so here and be effective with, you have just turned the spawning points on Chalet into a nightmare to have to come back from, as the magnification is nearly the same, if not just about the same on both sides. It evens the playing field, which just makes defenders even more powerful on this map.
I would like for TechWill to try to come back to bomb to get a heal, and sure enough, he does. Toga dies. 2 bombs elsewhere. Was it Cuber? Because Cuber was on the big window, so I don't know where the Montaigne was killed from, but Cuber trying to hold down from Trench, ends up getting swung by the West Main Stairs. TechWill, too greedy for the finish, ends up getting polished off, as Unicorn will make a mad dash. Beezer just sprints at him with the Mossberg shotgun. And yeah, solid round there out of Fisher yet again. Just really taking the fights to Ottawa. There's unfortunately, this match is kind of one of those that it feels like everyone on Fisher is just more confident on the, than Ottawa, and I think that it's just going to continue into that spiral of let's run at them type of gameplay. But it is interesting how that let's run at them type of gameplay, it feels weaker, and it feels like Ottawa are able to get kills a little bit easier than in previous metas, where it felt like Fisher was a team like Fisher in this instance would be able to just run at their opponent and just kill everyone every single time, with like it being like a 4 versus 1 every round. And it's not quite that case. It feels like Ottawa are a little bit more competitive due to the fact that it is more of that angle hold kind of hard to sprint around meta.
10 seconds left before insertion.
It's not a stun, by the way. It's a suppress. The point I was mentioning earlier about the shields, which is another thing. If you're having to punish players for sprinting in, and you're now creating this lifestyle choice for shield operators in the game to be able to rush forward and be able to use that speed, as every shield can now sprint with the shield up in front of them, you need to be able to punish that. So the big one was the ADS speed decrease on both sides. So you have to manage how you swing these corners. The other one, and the other one's going to be just making sure that everything you do, you have to be smart about, and you can take shots into a shield even if it's not hitting them, and you can suppress them, which means they can't sprint. They can't pull out their weapon. They got to play a whole lot smarter. Toga, though, you just extend the shield, and that's not a concern. I don't know why they're bringing the LFP, though, when they have a pistol that can fire so much more effectively, as the 9mm C1 gets the big boy scope, and Scoop's using that to find so many kills in this round. I seriously don't get why that gets that scope. It's unbelievable.
Techwell and Bomb cleaning house inside a library. The librarian's putting the books back in order. And get a couple of nice picks. Yeah, that's okay. It's kind of bad because, like, I don't know, it was a flawless round, I guess. So it wasn't as cool to make an analogy, but that's okay. I'll be sad about it later. I'll put that one in the back pocket for the future. I think that'll be. I think that's what I'll do. But Fisher really strong so far in this match. It feels like Ottawa are just dying to spawn picks, and I think that they know that they're going to get spawn picked, but they kind of can't do anything about it because Fisher are pre-firing angles like trees and anything that moves and anything that lives at all. And basically, Ottawa, before they even get their gun up, are already dead. It feels and it seems so far in this match. Which is unfortunate, to say the least. I think that's why Toga is bringing the Montaigne, simply to help him get out of spawn. Because the rest of his team has struggled so far in this match, because all of the opening picks have happened rather early on. But also, I will highlight that Fisher is going for the cycle. They're trying to defend every single bomb site here on Chalet, and should they win bar games here, it will be a completely flawless cycle for themselves, as they have defended Master, then Basement, then Dining, and now bar games.
They're going for the flawless half. They just got a flawless round. I don't see why you can't be that aggressive. And now we're seeing Ottawa actually realize, hey, we have drones. We can drone out these spawn points. But that's why this is like an almost like 2-level way to debilitate an attacking team. You go for the spawn peaks, you can get a player kill, you're good. If you go for the spawn peaks and they drone it first, you clear that drone, and now Ottawa don't have a drone for the later stages of this round, where they're going to desperately need a drone to understand anything about how the defense is currently positioned on Fisher's side. So that being such a huge step for their game is honestly Fisher just outplaying them very early, as they see an interesting idea for Bomb to go through the drone hole inside over there towards Trophy. They get taken down, but PC overextends, and Toga can't help them because they're currently hiding behind their own shield at that point in time from the verticality that Fisher were employing just above that inside Solarium, getting and netting that even man count now down to the 4v4s. Maple still holding on to Mezzanine. Ottawa with no real great easy chance in through Library, as the mirror window giving them no information on top. What is there to do? Diversify. And Unicorn's trying to find that secondary angle, but it won't be anyone inside of there to get success. It's Toga with the double melee to get it instead, as Techwell's forced to finish them with an impact nade. I choose you, Montaigne, and you're gonna have to choose a new operator more likely than not in the next round.
I wonder if Techwell will be able to pick up the LFP and do as much damage as Toga has in this match. Beezer getting another pick on the board, this time on a Unicorn. They've got drones. I mean, Ottawa have drones in the building. They know where some of their opponents are playing, but they haven't even dealt with the lobby mezzanine Mira. And that's just such a big issue for them. It looks like Tech will a little bit overzealous there, but Maple takes down Star Moon. Lower to very low HP, so the round is winnable here. But Maple with the pistol out, feeling confident. Oh, ooh, going for the tap. He's got live pings and information. Beezer will swing up the fireplace stairs and does not have to control any of the recoil.
POV Ubisoft trailer. Walking, slow pivot with the camera.
It feels like the many of the preseason like operator showcases where like at the majors and stuff.
Yeah,
they'll show the devs playing.
Mhm.
That's a clip right there. You can throw Beezer in the dev build there.
Ubisoft are so good at having either all of their trailers for any game they make, always having like this almost mechanical, but not like mechanical as we'd say like esports mechanical, where it's like you're like Shroud, everything's like a robot, you're just so precise with everything. No, total opposite. It's like every bit of aiming you do is like a slow drag over to that space. You fire, there's no recoil control. It's like a cinematic masterpiece they're going for first and foremost. And we just saw that at Ibiza. And I think they're trying to play a huge joke in about this, you know, recoil nerf and things like that, but I'm gonna ignore what I see here.
You read into it better than I did. I actually didn't quite like. I understood it, but I didn't understand it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. No, that would be very funny if that's what they were planning for and looking for.
Are you drawing Among Us characters here?
I don't know if I would want to look at what they're
Among
drawing.
Us. It's Among Us.
It is Among Us. Is that a dead imposter on the floor? I can't tell.
I don't know. I think he was trying to draw it sideways. They're just having a fun old time. Fisher's just having a good time on the defense.
Oh, there's some rotate holes.
They made a lot of rotate holes. There's a lot of rotate holes in the mezzanine hard walls, which they've left soft.
And a lot of sight lines.
Yeah. A lot of sight lines. They actually reinforced those sight lines. Those are really poor. Those are really poor rotate holes, Fisher.
Yeah, I guess they're remodeling.
Maybe.
Chalet. They don't quite like the clean look of all the white walls.
Yeah.
So they've decided to add their own touch.
Their own touch. Yeah. Redesign. Some of them may be architecture students. You know, who knows? I will point out another change that came with the shield update was that you can sprint through barricades and they just break the shield, which Scoob used very well to get the first blood in the entire game on our last map of Labs. That was where he got the first kill as he dove through a window. But not as much luck here for Toke on the Montaigne, as Bomb does get a refrag back. This one off towards Star Moon. Cuber gets one in return, but the second Cuber finds anything, Scoob claps back with a headshot of their own, as Ivy is just proving to be a little bit too tumultuous of a task right now for Ottawa to try to swing in from. The long-range angles, Scoob's holding way out in the back for Master Bedroom, a rotate hole that's now officially been created with an impact that can actually be used out from Closet or out from Master Bathroom to rotate into the bedroom as well. And this T hallway that is so dangerous, and Toga extending their shield just spells the undoing of all of Ottawa's attempts to claim that space, as Maple takes down 2 in the process, leaving just PC all by their lonesome.
I don't know why the Monty of Toga decided to unshield there. I mean, he had almost no health, but his teammates weren't quite there in a position to be able to support him. And I think that it did kind of cost the round. I don't think that Ottawa were necessarily in a position where they had a great winnable opportunity, but I think that they at least had a There's no way you said that.
What happened?
Nothing.
Look away for just a moment, and I missed something apparently.
You miss some
I missed
some chatter about the rotates that were being made.
Oh, okay. All right.
They were dictating the game.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, the rotates dictate the outcome of the round.
It is true.
Fisher win.
It is true. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
I do have a feeling that we very, very well may see a Fisher 6-0 half, especially because Scuba's brought out the Clash Super Shorty. Personally, one of my favorites. I am a fan.
Clash can't get suppressed, I don't think. I think that was written in it specifically that Clash cannot be suppressed. Oh, I know, Clash can only be suppressed. Everything else that has been changed for movement with the shield and sprinting with the shield up, and, you know, no longer having hip fire and, you know, ADS time and things like that, which obviously don't affect Clash. The only thing that Clash gets affected by is being suppressed by getting hit with 10 bullets. So that's going to be interesting to see how Clash kind of recovers in that because you no longer have the ability to kind of get in there pretty quickly. So that may make it hard to close that distance with the super shorty. I'd be a little bit concerned with here. Are they trying to Selma the wall with a pocket EMP?
I mean, they can. It's just it feels like they're like almost confused about hitting the wall.
Scoop, you get this on the Vector.
Yeah, on
on both guns for Goyo, by the way. Both guns get a ACOG.
Oh, it's CSG and the Vector. Yes. I was
The only operator on the defense, supposedly. Apparently, as per our producer, I'll give him props
very
here.
interesting. As well, Toga and Starmoon both super lit up, and both players off to try to find a way back in the route. Tech Will taking down Bomb. It's an opening pick that somehow works out in the favor of Ottawa, but maybe isn't the way they drew it up. They at least get one and find another onto Beezer, who ends up falling away somewhere in the site. Starmoon is dropped onto the floor inside a lobby, but he should be recoverable as Tech Will now all of a sudden finds a tower or a mountain of a situation in front of him. PC upstairs ends up getting that kill on a Tech Will, so all of a sudden, Ottawa looking like they're in a position to potentially win this round. You've got to deal with Scoob, the clash of the shorty. Toga does not care about his teammate at all by any means. As he'll walk down the stairs and try to bully Maple out of this main stairs position. Hopefully he's got some more of those Vulcan canisters to play in. What is this? Scoob? The Clash Super Shorty Flake of a Lifetime underway of top mezzanine. This would be absolutely insane. I cannot believe no one is resing Starman, by the way. Okay. Yeah, someone did res him.
Disastrous.
Scoob's not looking like he's in a great spot here. What is he to do? Oh! He gets the kill with the Monty! No way! That's actually the best pick he could have had, because at least it takes down the Montaigne, giving Maple 3 1v1s to try to win here against Ottawa. With 30 seconds left, it's the closest and best opportunity Ottawa has had all map. But can they capitalize on the opportunity that awaits?
I would be very annoyed if this came out to 3 1v1s. Ottawa need to push this final player with all 3 players in the same fell swoop. If you are single ego swinging into Maple, you are asking to lose a round. They'll drop into box, great shots connecting. Maple not going to finish the job though. They do funnel in one by one, a little bit slow of a reaction to the second player that dropped in, but Starmoon wins their one. And despite spending so much time in this round on the floorboards, desperately clawing at their chest for somebody to pick them up and restabilize them, they finally do, and they make an impact in the end where necessary to give Fisher, well, to deny Fisher, I should say, that flawless half that we were kind of expecting going into that last round of a 6-0 start to this map and end possibly to this series. It's 5-1 instead, which isn't much better, but it's a start for Ottawa, which is something they desperately need.
As much as it doesn't seem like it, every round does count, even in this series, right? It may not matter a ton for the side of Fisher and Ottawa in the greater scheme of things, but when it comes to playoffs, right, when we're talking about playoffs themselves, it is important to have as much RD in your pocket as possible because of the position these teams are in. If you're Fisher, right, you want to get the highest seed possible. And if you're Ottawa, if you have a chance at making playoffs, I'm not quite sure because I think that it's just the top 4 out of Legends would make playoffs. Then I don't know how much these rounds are going to matter for Ottawa, but they could still play a factor into how it may affect Fisher later on in the season, and also relegations, getting dropped down to the lower division of champions, which Ottawa have been threatened by many a times before. So still getting a few rounds on the board is certainly better than none at all as we near playoffs here for NECC.
Ottawa do net themselves first blood here in this round. Their first round on the defending side, I should say. Round 7 underway. Spawn peek out from trophy window, puts bomb into the afterlife, and sure will now need to try to scrounge up some sort of success to alleviate that first blood that went against them. Scoob, you know you can sprint through that and actually just break it down in the first place, but I think they're aware a player not too far away around that corner could be a possible concern against them, as you can't put out that shield to extend the Montaigne shield as effectively as you necessarily would have liked. Tech will now joining bomb in the afterlife, says no more games. Fisher are now getting a little bit serious. They don't want to see a second round win for Ottawa whatsoever here in this map. Maple starts off in a great way to give themselves that chance back into this as Kuber goes down. No more Tuberau. Fisher have the best chance possible to try and extend for success. Scoob almost losing their life. Should have lost their life as the Nitro Cell drops the shield away. Just can't find the shots necessarily afterwards onto Star Moon to finish the job as Unicorn is hunting for this prey and maybe given the chance. No, pushed back. It's your own little version here. You have your own Oryx dash in the book, but it won't keep Star Moon away from finding another kill and putting Fisher back at that man disadvantage.
Well, PC does have those Legion goo mines that can be leveraged here, especially against Scoob with the shield. That should, in theory, punish them if they're placed in good spots. These are walking behind, obviously the captain here for Fisher, trying to make waves, but Toga takes down the Montaigne of Scoob, so it will be Beezer, last member alive on the piano, or on the bathroom window rather, trying to find the kill, hop in, at least gets the Wamai, and it looked like that there was a run out orchestrated here by Ottawa, so I think Beezer might know where his opponents are. He'll walk up, he's got to fight two bodies. Toga and PC should easily be able to hold a crossfire. Beezer hops in, and now all of a sudden he gets to get the diffuser down in the calamity of the bullets, and I think he's going to be able to stick it. Ottawa have no clue the bomb's going down.
That's not how Beezer plays this, though. They have to play smart. First blood goes in. An isolated 1v1, and now they'll rotate into the right side, the southernmost side of that door frame, into master bedroom. Beezer will need to play smart. Maybe here's the idea that they're there. They do, and it's down goes PC. Beezer clutching up a huge 1v3 in the final few moments against Ottawa here. And then maybe the joke that was made from TechWill saying no more fun in games, no more playing around, meant it. As Fisher come back with a vengeance to secure their match and series point here on our second map. Now 6-1, heading into their second attacking round after the dominating attacking series they had on our first map of Nighthaven on Labs. Can't imagine it'll be too much different, though the Deimos obviously not in play. It won't matter if Fisher can clutch up 3v1s like it's nothing in the hands of Beezer, who was complaining earlier, Mason. He was complaining that they weren't getting any kills. He was upset. That's not a problem.
He got his opportunity,
Yeah.
and he took it. He took it at a full moment's notice. Solid clutch out of Beezer. And honestly, yeah, I don't think there's any sort of Deimos diff or operator diff. It really is just a skill diff. I feel like Fisher have done their job in recruiting good talent and good players. That's not to diss at the team of Ottawa, right? But most schools aren't recruiting the way that Fisher do. So you do tend up to head over on the side of Fisher, and you've got that deeper roster, right? All 5 players are always going to shoot in every single match they play in. And even if one of them has a bad game, usually one of them is popping off, dropping a nuke. So on the other side for Ottawa, maybe you're a little more reliant, right? Maybe you're kind of like the situation I've been in before, where you don't have 5 super strong players, and you've got to have your strong performers perform every single game, and if those performers aren't performing, like I feel like in this case for Ottawa, then you struggle. As wow, PC whipping on what could have been a very crucial kill. Beezer getting the opener on a Unicorn, and he just hops in. He's the ace. He does not care. He's literally in the bomb site. The Legion has no idea. The ace is taking full storm. Storm,
right.
where are you looking?
He's gonna be flawless last round.
Decided to play entry this time around. Cuber denies the flawless round, Scott. So no, it will not be a flawless last round, but it might as well be. As Cuber last alive inside a mezzanine to be hunted down. Beezer's hit the floor. To 1-on-3 effectively until Beezer is revived in the interim. He is bombed from the highway window, or the slant window. End up getting that final kill onto Cuber. And it's Fisher to close out the series. 7-1, 7-1 here on Chalet and Nighthaven Labs. Kind of an expected result based on the positions of the leaderboards for both these teams, but still very impressive showcase here out of the Fisher Falcons.
And we got to see Deimos come in pretty darn big in the first map of the day. I think we didn't get to stay on that map for very long. Thankful if your name is Infernosis and very colorblind. But we did get to see my second favorite map. So Chalet was great. No Deimos, though. So a little bit sad in that regard. A very likely ban from Ottawa, and it still wasn't enough to give them a chance for victory, Mason. So no matter what, at the end of the day, result is as expected. It's still a good game, but it gives Ottawa a lot they can look back on, even though, yes, this is obviously not the strategies that Fisher are going to be bringing to the table in their average series. This is not their normal play style. It's not going to be what we see them bring out against, other top accoladed teams in this division for the NECC or any league that they're participating in. But it still tells you that, hey, your strategy you're bringing could work in some scenarios, but it has obvious weaknesses. And Fisher were very much so poking and prodding those and blowing all attempts at your defense and a lot of your attacking prowess just wide open. You got to find some way to adjust upon that. You got to find a way to adapt And spot reviewing this would be a great way to do so. Unfortunately, it does come with the added benefit of having me and Mason talking over the top of it, highlighting the new things in the season that you probably should know. And if you learned anything new, that's not good. And you probably should be focusing a little bit more heading into a season when you play on that same day.
Yeah, I think that this was a solid, I mean, kind of an expected result. I think that the way that the teams both played with it being a new season is kind of unpredictable because it's a new meta. The game has entirely changed, and although it doesn't necessarily feel like it with a ton of new operators or a bunch of stuff like that, it's the scopes and it's the attachment changes that completely reworked the game. The shields also being completely reworked as well. There's a lot of changes that are in the game that have not been taken quite for their full face value yet, and they clearly Ottawa learned how strong Deimos could be when used in certain situations, and I'm sure that they're going to put that into at least in their back pocket for the bag of tricks that they've got, right? But hopefully both of these teams will be able to excel in the future with the new season as playoffs are just right around the corner.
Well, we'll have to see if that does come true, what adjustments can be made, and how this agent, this operator, whatever you want to call it, whatever esport this happens to be, hands out in the grand scope, the grand myopic and biopic scope of R6 as a whole. But that's it for today's esport. We got more esports coming up throughout the rest of this week. League of Legends, I believe, is tomorrow, followed by Overwatch and Rocket League. So don't go anywhere. There's more NECC action always to be had until next week when we return. The best esport there is. Mondays on Valorant, and then R6 right behind it. Stay tuned for more.
Just a ghost inside